Chapter 53. The Drunken Star Manor makes its move. Chapter 53. The Drunken Star Manor makes its move. Dean, the talent that this Yi Yuan displayed was truly Estoni's. Plusing. I feel that the Academy should nurture him well. The 10 Nations Compet. 1. Time will be taking place in half a year's time. We had already lost for many years. If we were at the bottom 3 again this time, we would really have no place to put our old face in public. Within the loft, in a deep part of the Danwu Academy, Hu Yin-yong was standing respectfully in front of a middle-aged man. This man was the dean of the Danwu Academy, Jiang Yunhe. He was a figure that carried tremendous weight in the entire state of Qin. His position in the state of Qin was not even beneath His Majesty. But Jiang Yunhe was very low profile as a person, and he rarely showed himself. He pretty much left it all to the associate deans to handle things and did not do anything. During the few years which students spend in the Danwu Academy, they might not even get to see him once. Even among many of the instructors, Jiang Yunhe was a highly mysterious figure. Clearly, Hu Yin-yong was one of the few people in the academy who could meet with Jiang Yunhe. It was evident that Hu Yin-yong specifically came to report to Jiang Yunhe about Yi Yuan's matter. He recounted Yi Yuan's stunning performance to Jiang Yunhe. But Jiang Yunhe only listened quietly and did not comment anything. Oh, Hu Yin, calm down. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. There's no need to fuss over the details. Life is full of ups and downs. When it's time for us to rise up, other people cannot stop it, Jiang Yunhe said nonchalantly. But Dean, Yi Yuan, Hu Yin-yong wanted to say a few more words for Yi Yuan, but Jiang Yunhe gestured to stop him. I already said calm down. Sigh. Hu Yin, you're always like this. What are you anxious about? We haven't even started competing yet. Furthermore, we also have quite a few outstanding students this time around, such as Long Tang, Gugue, and also Feng Zhiro that la S. They're all good seedlings. Well, this Yi Yuan that you mentioned isn't bad, but a genius that has not matured yet isn't a genius. Any genius who hasn't broken through and reached the spirit condensation realm doesn't count as a genius. Understood? After Jiang Yunhe said all that, Hu Yin-yong slowly calmed down. He seemed to have understood something faintly. Dean, are you afraid that Yi Yuan is going down the unorthodox path? Thinking about it now, Yi Yuan was just a first-level Essence Qi Realm little rookie a month ago. In a month's time, he already reached the 4th-level Essence Qi Realm with actual combat power Serpa. Sing top geniuses of the 8th-level Essence Qi Realm. This sort of leap was a little too exaggerated. Without mentioning about others, even a genius like Long Tang would probably require at least a year's time to train from the 1st-level Essence Qi Realm to the 4th-level Essence Qi Realm. But Yi Yuan did it in only a month. Such as Stony's Plusing growth was truly inconceivable. The most immediate idea was most likely that he had overexhausted his potential, right? And the price for overexhausting one's potential was sacrificing future growth. Jiang Yunhe smiled and said, I didn't say that, but let's observe for a period of time first. You don't have to worry too much about resources and whatnot. Didn't Yi Yuan plunder several tens of thousands of Essence Qi pills? It shouldn't be a problem to train to the 9th-level Essence Qi Realm. Hu Yin-yong sighed and took his leave. After Hu Yin-yong left, Jiang Yunhe walked to the window with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, Oh Yi Yuan, I really hope that you are a peerless genius. Don't let me down. The alchemist test will be taking place in the capital in 4 days' time. Yi Yuan figured that he might as well skip SES, and brought Lure back home to stay for a few days. As he had just broken through not long ago, Yi Yuan planned to use these few days to properly consolidate his realm. The next step would be to directly salt the 6th-level Essence Qi Realm. Within a minor stage in the Essence Qi Realm, Yi Yuan could completely disregard the bottleneck between realms and directly cross them. This was already after intentionally slowing down. If it was not out of fear that his foundation would become unstable, Yi Yuan could even break through several realms within a day. After all, the Essence Chi realm was simply too easy for Yi Yuan, who was once a divine king. If Master and Madam know that young Master became an Earth-rank student, they would be ecstatic. Luer was full of pride, as if she was the one who became an Earth-rank student. It's just being a stupid Earth-rank student. Who cares? Yi Yuan curled his lips in disdain. Of course it's impressive. You don't know what kind of expression they had outside. Each of them stared at the light screen as if they saw a ghost. Initially, I didn't know how amazing Earth-rank students are. But afterward, I heard that there had never been anyone in the Danwu Academy who advanced and became an Earth rank when they were at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. That's when I found out that young Master is so incredible. Luer said excitedly. Haha, there will be plenty more times for them to be shocked in the future. If you were this way each time, wouldn't it be exhausting? Infected by Luer's mood, Yi Yuan also started laughing heartily. Why would that be tiring? If that were the case, I would be happy every day. Luer replied seriously. Then I will make my Luer happy every day, okay? Hehe. Young Master is still the best. Luer is already very happy right now. Yi, why are there so few people in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Normally in the past, the queue would be super long at this time. The master and servant pair arrived at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion without realizing it. But then Luer found that something was not quite right with the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. In the past, the entrance to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was always crowded with streams of people. But today, it looked a little deserted. Let's go and check it out. Yi Yuan entered the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion with Luer and discovered that there were really much fewer people. It was not even half of the norm in the past. What was going on? Young Master Yi, why are you back? The shopkeeper was clearly idling today. The moment Yi Yuan walked in, he noticed this and hurried over to greet the former. Shopkeeper Feng, why are there so few people in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion today? What happened? The shopkeeper was surnamed Feng and was the third born, so he was called Feng San One. He was an old employee of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and was completely loyal. Even Yi Hang was very respectful towards him. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, he involuntarily let out a long sigh. Sigh. Isn't it all thanks to that drunken Star Manor? Who knows where they got the pill formula of something called Essence Gathering Pill? The medicinal effects are 50% stronger than even the effects of a high-grade Essence Chi pill. These few days, they released the new medicinal pills, attracting everyone over. As a result, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business fell drastically. Sigh. With this sort of medicinal pill, the Drunken Star Manor is now undefeatable. The owner has also been troubled by these few days. It's really Drunken Star Manor again. Essence Gathering Pill, huh? Yi Yuan started to muse. That's right. The price of this Essence Gathering Pill is about the same as a high-grade Essence Chi pill, but the medicinal effects are 50% stronger. As long as one is a martial artist, who could possibly resist this kind of temptation? Sigh. It looks like hard times are ahead for our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Feng Sen sighed and groaned. His face was full of worry. It was apparent that he spent the past few days distressed over it. This move by the Drunken Star Manor came too suddenly without any signs at all. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was caught unaware. As a result, this led to the current situation. Don't worry too much, Shopkeeper Feng. It's just a tiny little essence gathering pill. It can't cause any huge waves. Yi Yuan smiled as he consoled the shopkeeper. Feng Sen looked at Yi Yuan and sighed as he said, Young Master probably isn't aware of what this 50% medicinal effect means. This is something that can change the medicinal pills market in the state of Qin. With this, the Drunken Star Manor can become a monopoly power in the future. Yi Yuan knew that any explanation was futile, so he smiled and asked, Shopkeeper Feng, is my father in the shop? I will go look for him. Yes. The owner has been in a closed-door seclusion in the pill refinement room these past few days. Chapter 54. Resolving Concerns for Father. Chapter 54. Resolving Concerns for Father. Yi Hang's hands moved like phantoms as he operated the pill cauldron. The medicinal pill in the pill cauldron was about to form as it gave off a faint light. Set! Yi Hang gave a low cry, and the light on the medicinal pill dissipated, forming a dark green medicinal pill. Making a gesture of grabbing at it, the pill flew into Yi Hang's hand. Sigh. I was too overconfident. If it were so easy to invent a new medicinal pill, how could it be that it's my, Yi Hang's, turn to do it? Yi Hang shook his head and threw away the newly refined pill. Presently, Yi Hang looked utterly haggard. It was evident that he was greatly exhausted. He was attempting to develop new medicinal pills without getting any sleep or rest these few days in order to prevent the fragrant medicine pavilion from declining. But all of his efforts were in vain. Even though Essence Chi pill was not among high-tier pills, after countless years of development, it was actually incomparably mature. How could it be easy to develop a new medicinal pill which had even stronger medicinal effects than Essence Chi pill to replace it? I didn't think that after working hard for so many years, Yi Hang still can't escape the outcome of defeat. What a failure. Yi Hang sighed again. Unwittingly, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in Yi Hang's mind, and some clarity was restored in his hazy eyes. If I'm defeated, then I'm defeated. At least my son has that mysterious teacher. His future accomplishments will definitely be limitless. He was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's performance in the Danwu Academy these past few days, and he was delighted in his heart. But he was still not aware that Yi Yuan had already advanced to the 4th level Essence Chi realm, PAS, said the Black Rank Advancement Test, and became an Earth Rank student. Yi Hang was originally a sanguine person and did not take defeat heavily. It was just that this bunch of old fellows at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion had followed him for a long time. His individual success or failure was connected to the livelihood of many people. That was why he tried day and night to regain some lost ground. Perhaps their hearts were connected. Just as Yi Hang thought about his son, Yi Yuan's knocking on the door sounded. Father, this child is back. May I enter? Yi Hang's heart shook slightly, and he went to open the door. Sure enough, it was Yi Yuan. Father, I heard that you were in a closed-door seclusion, so I came here directly. I didn't interrupt you, did I? Yi Yuan bowed towards Yi Hang and asked. What's there to interrupt? Yuan is back. Any important matter has to be put aside. Come, let's father and son talk in the study room. Tell me what happened in the Danwu Academy. Yi Hang pulled his son and headed out. Yi Yuan was touched. Yi Hang's love for his son really said everything. Even at this time, Yi Hang was interested to find out about Yi Yuan's experience in the Danwu Academy rather than finding a way to save the situation. One could only imagine Yi Yuan's place in Yi Hang's heart. Before leaving, Yi Yuan swept his eyes around the pill refinement room and sniffed the medicinal fragrance lingering in the air. He already knew the goal of Yi Hang's closed-door seclusion. Yuan, I heard that you had a death match with that brat from the Wan family whose surname was Fei, right after you returned to the academy, and that you finish him off with your 3rd level essence, Qi realm strength. That is so satisfying. Yi, why you already broke through to the 4th level essence Qi realm? Just now, Yi Hang did not notice yet, but as he was talking, he discovered that Yi Yuan's aura was much stronger than before he left. Clearly, he already broke through to the 4th level essence Qi realm, so he could not help but be astonished. I was fortunate and broke through 2 days ago. I also said through 3 advancement tests consecutively yesterday. Now, I'm already an Earth Rank student. Yi Yuan was not showing off, but it was because he knew that his father was in a lousy mood. So he found something to cheer him up. It was clear just how much effort he expended from how worn out Yi Hang looked. Yi Yuan felt his heart ache just by looking at him. As expected, when Yi Yuan told him that, Yi Hang immediately perked up and exclaimed in delight. The heavens had opened their eyes. My son really became competent. That brat from the Wan family only just advanced to become Earth Rank, but my son only used a month to do the same. What a resounding face-smacking difference. Ha. After a bout of hearty laughter, Yi Hang gradually quietened down, but the joy on his face could not be concealed. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Hang frowned slightly and asked him, Yuan, It's naturally a good thing for your strength to advance so quickly. But would it affect your future cultivation? Yi Hang's worry happened to coincide with Jiang Yunha's. This concern was not without reason. Cultivating the martial Dao always focused on moving along carefully each step of the way. It was cultivation's great taboo to neglect a solid foundation in pursuit of a temporary spurt of progress. Yi Yuan's advancement was truly too rapid. As a father, he was naturally concerned whether or not his son's foundation was unstable and if it would affect future cultivation. Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing. The cultivation law that Master Pa S set onto me is highly mystical. If I didn't fear that my cultivation realm rising too quickly would affect my foundation, it wouldn't be a problem for me to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level essence Qi realm right now. Yi Yuan replied indifferently. After he said that, Yi Hang calmed down even though he was still a little worried. The master in Yi Yuan's dream was unfathomable and pious. Set him so many techniques. He most likely would not harm him. Then it's all right. All right. You just went to the academy a while ago. Why did you return to the capital again? Do you lack cultivation resources? The matter of Yi Yuan partic. 1. P. Aiding in the alchemist test was only decided yesterday. Yi Hang did not receive the news yet. In 4 days' time, a party from the academy will undergo a group test at the Alchemist Ace Association. I'm here to take part in the alchemist test. Alchemist test? Oh, you can refine hard-inch fisher. So taking the alchemist apprentice test is obviously not an issue. It's just that the alchemist test only has 3 chances. Yuan, your experience is still too little after all. Are you confident? The way Yi Hang saw it, Yi Yuan definitely failed countless times before he succeeded in refining the hard-inch fisher back then. Body knew him like his father. In the past, Yi Yuan basically never even touched alchemy before. How could one possibly increase the success rate of pill refinement without their technique being tempered through countless practices? I trained quite a bit these past few days, so it shouldn't be an issue. Yi Yuan smiled. Then that's good. Take these 2 days to adjust yourself properly to take the test in your best condition. Yi Hang encouraged him. Yi Yuan naturally nodded and acknowledged those words, following which he took the opportunity to ask, Father, when I just came back, I asked shopkeeper Feng, are you worrying about the essence gathering pill these past few days, father? When Yi Yuan mentioned this matter, a trace of uneasiness flashed across Yi Hang's face, but it was quickly covered up as he smiled and said, Yuan, you just have to cultivate well in the academy. Don't worry about what's happening at home. Wan Donghai couldn't do anything to your father after so many years. This time around, it's obviously going to be the same. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Father, I'm already grown up. This kind of low-level lie won't work on me. Yi Hang gave an awkward look. Haha. Actually, this time around, it's a little bit problematic. Father, Master taught me many areas of alchemy in my dream. There's a type of medicinal pill called explosive yuan pill. The medicinal effects are multiple times of the essence Qi pill. It should help you tide over the crisis this time, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Multiple times? You're talking about Tier 2 medicinal pills, right? Then it's useless. Yi Hang shook his head. He did not think that there were any Tier 1 medicinal pills with multiple times the medicinal effects of the essence Qi pill. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, not a Tier 2. It's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill. What? A Tier 1 medicinal pill? Multiple times? How is that possible? Yi Hang stared wide-eyed at him, with disbelief written all over his face. Chapter 55, Shocked Inwardly. Chapter 55, Shocked Inwardly. Modifying a matured medicinal pill formula to improve its medicinal effects was an extremely difficult thing. Yi Hang was already a low-rank alchemist grandmaster, and even he could not improve the medicinal effects of the essence Qi pill. It was clear at a glance just how challenging that was. As for creating a new Tier 1 medicinal pill with medicinal effects multiple times that of the essence Qi pill, that was merely a fantasy. Otherwise, how could the drunken Star Manor's essence gathering pill possibly give Yi Hang such enormous pressure? And now, the fantasy really became a reality. Imagine the shock in Yi Hang's heart. Ever since Yi Hang stepped onto the alchemy path, he had never heard of any Tier 1 medicinal pills with medicinal effects multiple times that of the Essence Chi pill over the past few decades. But Yi Yuan said that this explosive Yuan pill actually had such a miraculous effect. Yi Hang was extremely conflicted right now. Reason told him that this was entirely a lie. But the person who uttered this lie was his son. So should he believe it or not? After sucking in a deep breath, Yi Hang gave a pained look and asked, You aren't joking with father, right? But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, Why don't you try to see for yourself, father? Yi Hang quickly stood up and dragged Yi Yuan along. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the pill refinement room. Don't be anxious, father. I still have something to tell you. Yi Yuan did not move. Aya, if there's anything, we can talk about it later. Refining the explosive Yuan pill is the top priority. Yi Hang already could hardly wait. This concerned the survival of the fragrant medicine pavilion. Even though Yi Hang looked calm on the outside, he was actually incomparably anxious on the inside. The fragrant medicine pavilion was the fruit of his life's labor. No matter how sanguine about it he was not willing to watch the monkeys scatter overnight when the tree falls. However, Yi Yuan was not anxious at all. Pulling his father back to his seat, he smiled and said, Explosive Yuan pill is just a minor thing. I have countless pill formulas that Master Pa S said onto me. What I'm about to say is the crucial thing. Just be a little more patient, father. Yi Hang was a little perplexed. What could be more important than saving the fragrant medicine pavilion? All right, you talk, I'll listen. Yi Yuan returned to his seat and said seriously, There were many miscellaneous things that Master imparted to me in my dreams. But there are two sets of techniques I need to inform you about, father. The first is called the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. The other is called the 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation. Father, you can switch to these two cultivation laws. One, I believe that in the future, the Tranquil Cloud sect would merely be a small sect to you. Listening to the names of the two cultivation techniques that Yi Yuan said shocked Yi Hang greatly. This time around, the shock that he felt was even greater than hearing about the explosive Yuan pill. 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation? Is that a cultivation technique for cultivating soul strength? A tremor could be heard in Yi Hang's voice. He was apparently very agitated. Yi Hang did not know what the the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was. But he immediately connected the name 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation to a soul cultivation technique. It was impossible to use words to describe just how valuable soul cultivation laws were in a place like the state of Qin. Even if the lowest ranked soul cultivation law came into being, it would set off a bloodstorm. It simply could not be measured using monetary terms. For martial artists, essence energy cultivation techniques were commonplace. It was just differentiated into whether it was good or bad. But something like soul cultivation technique was so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. In comparison to essence energy, the soul was more arcane and veiled in mysteries. Wanting to create a set of soul cultivation laws was even harder than reaching the heavens. Since ancient times, only major powers who had reached an exceedingly high realm in terms of soul cultivation and had an incredibly profound understanding towards the soul could create a soul cultivation technique that belongs to them. The number of soul cultivation techniques was not even 1 in 100,000 of essence energy cultivation techniques. One could imagine the rarity of it. However, the preciousness of soul cultivation techniques did not lie on increasing the strength of martial artists. In fact, how powerful a soul was had a very limited impact on the strength of a martial artist. The prestige of soul cultivation techniques laid in that it could produce alchemists. And what did alchemists mean? It meant endless medicinal pills. It meant that a sect could swiftly raise its strength. Just imagine if a sect had a large number of peak-level spirit condensation realm martial artists, but these martial artists were unable to break through due to limitations of their talent. At this time, the sex alchemists obtained a book on soul cultivation laws and their strength soared, enabling them to refine medicinal pills capable of allowing spirit condensation realm martial artists to break through. Just how terrifying would something like that be? Alchemist was an occupation with a very low entry threshold, but was extremely difficult to raise further. The low entry threshold was because one-star alchemist, commonly called as alchemy apprentice, had very low requirements towards soul strength. One could reach it with just the soul strength of an essence chi realm martial artist. However, there was an enormous threshold from alchemy apprentice to alchemy master. That was because for tier 2 medicinal pills onwards, there would be a drastic increase in the soul strength required for the alchemist. This threshold, called soul strength, had blocked countless potential alchemists outside its gate. Every time a martial artist advanced a major cultivation realm, their soul would receive the nourishment from heaven and earth essence energy and experience a substantial growth from there. However, this sort of growth could not catch up to the increase in soul strength requirement for alchemists. Feng Zhuro had been a high-rank alchemy apprentice for a long time and also broke through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. Yet, she still could not become an alchemy master. The reason for that was insufficient soul strength. Now, a set of soul cultivation laws was in front of Yi Hang. How could he not be agitated? Yi Hang had remained a low-rank alchemy grandmaster for many years and was unable to break through all because his soul strength was lacking. With the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, it was only a matter of time for Yi Hang to step into the middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan was right. That explosive yuan pill and other matters were insignificant when compared to this 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. Even if he were beaten by one Donghai to the point where he could not retaliate right now, with this set of 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to overturn the Drunken Star Manor in the future. That's right. This 1,000 augmenting soul incantation is precisely a soul cultivation law technique. Yi Yuan gave his father an affirmative look. That's excellent. 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 With his 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, Wan Donghai is nothing. Ha ha ha. One could tell just how excited Yi Hang was to say 3 excellent consecutively. After his exhilaration, Yi Hang suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He asked Yi Yuan, Yuan, these 2 cultivation laws were imparted by that expert. If in the future he found out that you secretly leaked out his cultivation techniques by imparting them to me privately, wouldn't that make things hard for you? I better not learn them. You just tell me the pill formula for the explosive yuan pill, and that would do. Yi Hang gritted his teeth and rejected Yi Yuan's good intentions. But anyone could see the reluctance in those eyes. However, Yi Yuan was shaken to his core. He knew clearly the temptation a soul cultivation law had among alchemists. If one placed the throne, beautiful women, and a soul cultivation technique together, an alchemist would definitely choose the soul cultivation technique. As an alchemist himself, Yi Yuan was all too clear on this point. One could say that with his soul cultivation law, fame, status, and beauties would come forth one after another. How could an alchemist be foolish enough to choose the others? After all, strength was the foundation for alchemists just like martial artists. But Yi Hang would rather forsake the opportunity to become a high-tier alchemist for his sake. How could this not shock him? Since reincarnating until now, every little bit that Yi Hang did for him came into his mind, heavily affecting Yi Yuan's heart. Unknowingly, tears started to fall. Chapter 56, Pitiable Wan Yuan. Chapter 56, Pitiable Wan Yuan in both his past and present life. This was the second time Yi Yuan cried. The first time he cried was when his father, Zhengyang Zi, was killed by that traitor while protecting him. Even after experiencing life and death samsara, that scene remained equally vivid in his memory. The pain which was engraved into his bones and heart also pushed the Yi Yuan today to cultivate diligently in hopes that one day he could slaughter his way back to the divine realm and kill that traitor with his own hands. This was the second time Yi Yuan cried. Even though it was not during a matter of life and death, Yi Hang's selfless, fatherly love deeply touched Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had only felt this feeling from Jinyangzi before. Regardless of whether Yi Hang was his real father or not, that unconditional love for him was true. Qing Yunzi inherited and was influenced by Yi Yuan's body, so he naturally felt close to Yi Hang. In addition, Yi Hang's impression on the newly reincarnated Yi Yuan was pretty good. Yi Yuan felt guilty in his heart, so he acknowledged this father. But deep down inside him, Yi Yuan only treated him like somebody he was close with and did not have that kind of true father-son relations. I+P. In Yi Yuan's heart, his real father was only Zhengyangzi. Hence, he did not impart these things to Yi Hang previously. But now, Yi Yuan approved Yi Hang as his father from the bottom of his heart. 2 lifetimes, and both fathers had fatherly love akin to a mountain. It thawed Yi Yuan's heart. At first, when Yi Yuan took out these 2 sets of cultivation laws, he was actually still a little hesitant. However, if Yi Hang were eaten up by Wan Donghai, his future cultivation road would become increasingly difficult. With Wan Donghai's personality, it definitely would not let the weakened Yi Hang off. Yi Yuan was currently still weak and could not defend himself. Thinking over and over again, Yi Yuan finally made this decision. But now, Yi Yuan was wholly assured. Looking at Yi Yuan's tear-stricken face, Yi Hang was alarmed and quickly asked, "What's wrong, Yuan? Did father say something wrong?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I was just feeling touched. I wasn't sensible in the past and made you worry. In the future, I will definitely become your pride." Hearing this, Yi Hang calmed down and was overcome with emotion. "Ha! Silly son. You even learned to become melodramatic. We are father and son. Aren't you treating me like a stranger by saying that? However, Yuan, do you know what made me relieved was not because you obtained some peerless expert's inheritance, but because you grew up and became sensible. Men should never look back, but to go forward with indomitable will until they break through this world." Yi Yuan was visibly moved when he heard that speech. It was rarely seen for someone like Yi Hang in a tiny mortal country to harbor such ambition. Yi Yuan knew that Yi Hang's talent was not mediocre. What he lacked were resources. As long as there were sufficient resources, Yi Hang's future accomplishments definitely would not be small. Yi Hang was not more than 40 years old this year. He was still considered young on the road of martial arts, so the probability was still relatively huge. Yi Yuan gave Yi Hang a bow and said, "This child has learned well. However, father still has to learn these 2 sets of cultivation laws. There's nothing wrong with it. When that expert imparted these things to me, he didn't say anything about not allowing me to pass it on. So clearly, he left it up to me to decide. Furthermore, I'm not imparting it recklessly. You're my closest kin. I believe that he wouldn't say much if I pass it on to you." Is this really all right? Yi Hang was still a little hesitant. "Just think, father. Would a peerless figure like that possibly make such a low-level mistake? If he didn't allow me to spread these things, then he would definitely have warned me severely. But he didn't even mention anything, so he should have left it to my discretion. If he really wanted to find somebody to pass his mantle onto, he most likely wouldn't cripple me just because of this. At most, I will inform him of this the next time he comes to look for me. If he feels that it's inappropriate, then let us father and son shoulder it together." Yi Yuan said all that with a heroic spirit that soared, dispelling Yi Hang's misgivings. "Fine. We, father and son, will shoulder it together." Yi Yuan also said valiantly. Although he said this verbally, Yi Hang actually thought otherwise. "If that expert really comes to look for trouble for Yuan, then I will just cripple my martial arts as an apology. I can't allow Yuan to shoulder this matter." Of course, Yi Hang was not aware that the so-called expert did not even exist. The following days, both Yi Yuan and Yi Hang were in a closed-door seclusion and did not leave. Yi Hang spent all of his time on comprehending the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, while Yi Yuan was consolidating his cultivation realm. Before entering a closed-door seclusion, Yi Hang instructed for the fragrant medicine pavilion to continue operating as per usual. Regardless of what the drunken Star Manor did, They were not to do anything rash. Everything will wait until he exited his closed-door seclusion. Now that he had the explosive yuan pill, he was not in a hurry to make his move. He would first let one Donghai toss and turn around for a while, and then beat him to death with a single blow. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's foundation, it was impossible to take down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion in a short period of time, even if one Donghai had those essence-gathering pills. Yi Hang wanted to make use of this time to swiftly raise his strength. In this world where the strong feasts on the weak, strength was the absolute truth. Yi Hang knew that the explosive yuan pill's medicinal effects were multiple times of the essence chi pill. But once it was exposed, the impact would not just be multiple times. Without sufficient strength, this explosive yuan pill would instead become the root of a calamity. Yi Hang initially placed all of his attention on the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation and lacked interest in the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. However, he only knew the terrifying might of this Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art after cultivating it. In only 3 days' time, his cultivation realm that was stuck for a long time started to loosen. This was also the result of him cultivating the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation at the same time. Borrowing the power of medicinal pills, Yi Hang burst through the hurdle in one move, rising one minor cultivation realm. Above the spirit condensation realm was the crystal formation realm. In the crystal formation realm, the difficulty of trying to break through a minor realm did not fall below that of training from the first level essence chi realm to the 9th level essence chi realm. Some people might not even be able to break through a minor realm in 5 years, or maybe even 10 years. The difficulty could not even be imagined. But Yi Hang discovered that ever since he cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, the essence energy in his dantian became much thicker. His crystallized essence energy seemed to show signs of liquefying and recondensing. As for the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, that was the soul incantation which Yi Yuan cultivated in his previous life. The pricelessness of it was naturally without any question. Similarly, within 3 days, Yi Hang's soul strength broke through, and he successfully broke through to become a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. However, Yi Hang still did not have any intention of exiting his closed-door seclusion. He wanted to continue and concentrate entirely on the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Only then could he raise his strength. That was because Yi Hang was not certain what kind of stir the explosive yuan pill would cause once it surfaced. After 4 days, it was finally the day of the test. Yi Yuan exited seclusion and then headed to the Alchemist's association to gather with everyone. When Yi Yuan arrived, the great hall of the Alchemist's association was completely fully packed. He had not seen most of the people before, but he recognized a few of them, such as Feng Ruoqing and her niece, as well as Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan, indeed, came from a family with profound teachings. He was already a middle-rank alchemy apprentice long ago. This time around, he should be here to partake 1p8 in the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. Furthermore, it was said that Wan Yuan's soul strength was rather robust. It would not be an issue for him to become an alchemy master in the future. And because of that, Wan Yuan received a great deal of attention in the Danwu Academy. Currently, Wan Yuan was talking to Feng Zhiro about something, while Feng Zhiro was as cold as ice and gave him the cold shoulder. Wan Yuan did not feel disgruntled by Feng Zhiro's action, but instead had a smile on his face. However, at this time, Feng Zhiro caught sight of Yi Yuan and suddenly showed an overjoyed expression. She shook off Wan Yuan and rushed over to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, why did you only arrive now? My aunt and I waited so long for you. We thought you were scared that you couldn't pass and decided to not come. Feng Zhiro said intimately. Yi Yuan knew that Feng Zhiro was doing this to shake off Wan Yuan and could not help looking over at Wan Yuan. As expected, he saw that face which turned the color of a pig's liver, along with a stare which could kill. Chapter 57, Small Talk. Chapter 57, Small-talk Yuan felt speechless as he saw a crafty look flashed across Feng Jiro's eyes. This S definitely knew about the horrible relations. I plus P between 1 yuan and me, so she purposely shook aside 1 yuan to greet me. This was drawing aggro to Yi Yuan. But he and 1 yuan were already at the stage where one of them had to die, so a little more did not matter. Yi Yuan had a headache. Why was Feng Jiro's personality completely different from the sayings? To think that he even used her last time to annoy Lu Ruoxue. What's the point of coming so early? It hasn't even begun yet. No need to make a huge fuss over it. It's just a test. Yi Yuan grumbled. Humph. I already heard all about you from Aunt. All the way until now, it's just empty talk. Who knows where you saw a bunch of C, R, A, P from some records or books to actually coax my aunt like this? Feng Jiro snorted. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain to her, and he directly walked past her to greet Feng Ruoxing. This scene, when reflected in 1 yuan's eyes, looked more like flirting between couples, making him gnash his teeth in hatred. Although he liked Lu Ruoxue, Feng Jiro greatly said her. If he could win the heart of this beauty, would that little Lu Ruoxue even matter? Feng Jiro was the des of the male students, and that naturally included 1 yuan as well. It was just that Feng Jiro's status and his was too far apart in the past, so there was no opportunity to make contact with her. Presently, 1 yuan was an Earth-rank student. Moreover, he was a middle-rank alchemy apprentice. He had full confidence in seeing the high-rank alchemy apprentice test this time. 1 yuan believed that before long, he could stand on the same starting line as Feng Jiro. With adequate strength, 1 yuan naturally started having other thoughts. 1 yuan did not expect to meet Feng Jiro during this alchemist test, so he thickened his face and introduced his background. But Feng Jiro did not even react to it. Within the state of Qin, a middle-rank alchemy master was absolutely a figure that everyone wanted to curry favor with. If that was not the case, why would Lu Ruoxue walk so closely with 1 yuan? However, this did not seem to be very useful with Feng Jiro. It was like she had never even heard of the name Wan Donghai. 1 yuan was stunned for a moment, but he felt relieved after thinking for a moment. The future accomplishments of the top 3 figures on the Martial Roll of Honor would definitely not be beneath his father's. Being a little proud was normal. However, once these thoughts started to stir, it could no longer be suppressed. When chasing girls, the harder it was, the more it would arouse the fighting spirit of men. Except that 1 yuan did not expect to see Yi Yuan here. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually looked like he was on pretty good terms with Feng Jiro. Besides, there were those vague rumors about Feng Ruoxing and Yi Yuan, making 1 yuan's heart ablaze with the flames of jealousy. Who was Yi Yuan to even have such deep connections with the 2 great deses of the Danwu Academy? Although Yi Yuan recently rose up fiercely and even made 1 yuan feel threatened, his scorn for Yi Yuan was deeply ingrained. He instinctively felt that Yi Yuan was not worthy to have all these. Feng Ruoxing's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Yuan and pulled him aside to talk to him quietly. I've pretty much mastered the left hand, drawing a circle, and right hand, drawing a square training that you asked me to do. I didn't think that it would be quite beneficial for the yin-yang separation flow technique. Feng Ruoxing was always calm and collected, but she was quite agitated right now. If not for the fact that this was not a suitable place, she even wanted to let out a cry of relief. The truth was, she already had practiced this yin-yang separation flow technique for a long time. But no matter how much she trained, she could not find a way to learn it. Now, after training for a few days according to Yi Yuan's method, her yin-yang separation flow technique unexpectedly improved by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Feng Ruoxing and then said indignantly, "Didn't you say it was useless back then? Why did you pick it up again?" Feng Ruoxing's excitement was abruptly cut, and she gave an said look. At the same time, she cursed endlessly in her heart. Why did this punk not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards women? He actually sent me right in front of my face. You didn't say anything back then. How would I know whether it's useful or not? You should have at least explained to me why I had to do it. Feng Ruoqing was somewhat aggrieved. Looking at Feng Ruoqing's pitiful appearance, Yi Yuan did not feel it was nice to deride her anymore. The essence of the yin-yang separation flow technique is dual tasking. When you're using the technique, your essence energy was chaotic and your two hands were not able to coordinate. It would be weirder for you to succeed. I asked you to train drawing so that you could learn how to dual task. But this is just the initial step. You still need bitter hard work if you want your two hands to control essence energy to the point of yin-yang harmony. Feng Ruoqing gave a look of sudden realization. So that's the case. No wonder I couldn't improve no matter how much I trained. In all matters, the beginning was the hardest. Although Yi Yuan said that Feng Ruoqing had just taken the initial step, as long as that step was taken, the path in the future would be much smoother. As an alchemist, Feng Ruoqing's talent was not bad. What was missing was outlook and experience. All right, I don't need you to pay any tuition fees. But don't look for me to be an A.S. assistant in the future. I'm very busy. Yi Yuan waved his hands. Hearing this, Feng Ruoqing felt another wave of bitterness. Other people could not wait to become her A.S. assistant, but Yi Yuan avoided her like the plague. Was she really not that attractive? Women were mysterious creatures. Sometimes, the more you chased her, the more she found you irritating. But after you maintained a distance away from her, she would feel a sense of loss. These two people whispering to each other naturally drew a lot of attention. Even though body knew what they were talking about, Feng Ruoqing looked like a little wife getting scolded. The crowd could not help but wonder if there really was something going on between the two of them. At this time, several red-robed old men walked into the hall from the side door. Two of the old men even brought along a young lady each with them. Feng Ruoqing was the instructor leading the group for this test. She was swapped in at the last minute. This was obviously the time for her to step out. Are you well, Miss Feng? You haven't been to our A.S. association for some time. I'm afraid you are probably absorbed in researching alchemy again. Are you? If you carry on like this, us old men are going to feel ashamed. An old man at the front seemed to be old acquaintances with Feng Ruoqing and started a small talk right away. At this moment, Feng Ruoqing recovered her demeanor as the beautiful, otherworldly instructor. She smiled lightly as she greeted the group of old men. Chairman W. A. N. G. Chairman's son, and elders. How do you do? Chairman W. N. G. is pulling my leg. The last time I was here was half a year ago. How was that long? With Ruoqing's measly cultivation, how would I dare to make Chairman W. A. N. G. feel ashamed? You are the leading authority in the alchemist world in the state of Qin. Miss Feng really knows how to talk. But I, old W. A. N. G., am not joking around. The way I see it, the state of Qin would probably have another alchemy master in less than 3 years. Chairman W. A. N. G. did not seem to be faking it and was actually full of praise for Feng Ruoqing. Feng Ruoqing smiled faintly and said, Chairman W. A. N. G. is too kind. Ruoqing is not worthy. Chairman W. A. N. G. laughed loudly. You are worthy. Worthy. Yi, isn't this honorable nephew, Wan Yuan? I didn't think that you would also come to take part in the test this time. Taking the high-rank alchemy apprentice test? Instantly, all eyes turned to Wan Yuan. Clearly, they did not expect Wan Yuan to know the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Ace Association. Wan Yuan looked gloatingly at Yi Yuan and went up to greet them. He then said, Have you been well, Chairman W and G? This little nephew is here to take part in the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. Chapter 58. Can I stand on the right? Chapter 58. Can I stand on the right? Good, good. Honorable nephew really has profound family teachings to already have the strength of a high-rank alchemy apprentice at such a young age. Old brother, Wan has a worthy successor. Each new generation really excels the old one. I'm really old already. Chairman W. A. N. G. ridiculed himself slightly. Chairman W. A. N. G. is still in your prime. Why would you say that you are old? All the elders here are our state of Chin's alchemists, people who are supporting the cauldron. Chairman W. A. N. G. and Chairman Sun are even the leading figures. We juniors still have a long way to go. One Yuan's flattering was so resounding that he threw everyone in. I'm old already. Can't compare to back then. Miss Feng, old Sun, and I brought along 2 juniors today. Do you mind us cutting your cue here? Chairman W. A. N. G turned to Feng Ruoqing. Feng Ruoqing nodded slightly and said, "To let them witness your 2 accomplished disciples' power and know that there is always someone better is undoubtedly a good thing." Don't say that. This is my last disciple, Su Feng'er. The one beside Old Sun is my granddaughter and also his proud successor, Sun Qiyun. These 2 juniors are good-for-nothings, so don't laugh later, Miss Feng. The 2 of you, why haven't you come to greet Teacher Feng? She's only a few years older than you, but she is already a middle-rank alchemy master. You 2 have to learn more from her. Even though Chairman W. and G belittled the 2 young ladies, he could not hide the satisfaction in his eyes. It looked like were it not for these 2 young ladies, with Chairman W. and G's and Chairman Sun's status as alchemy grandmasters, they would not have personally came to host the test. Feng'er Qiyun has seen Teacher Feng. The 2 ladies gave Feng Ruoqing a bow, their eyes filled with wars. I+P. To become a middle-rank alchemy master at this age was absolutely a target worth prostrating to for all young people. Yi Yuan silently sized up these 2 SCS. Their soul strength was indeed mighty. It looked like it should not be an issue for them to become alchemy masters after stepping into the spirit condensation realm. All right, everyone is an outstanding student of the Danwu Academy. Some of you have already partook. 1. P. Aided in this test several times before, so I won't go through the rules too much. The first test that takes place will be the Alchemy Apprentice test, followed by the Alchemy Master test. Each group will have 5 people entering the refinement room. Now, those partook. 1. P. Aiding in the Alchemy Apprentice test stand on the left. Those taking the Alchemy Master test stand on the right. Chairman W. A. N. G organized them into groups. There were only 20 people from the Danwu Academy partook. 1. P. Aiding the test this time, including Su Feng'er and Sun Qiyun. There were only 22 people. The majority of them came to partook. 1. P. Aid in the Alchemy Apprentice test, and only 2 of them are taking the Alchemy Master test. One of them was Feng Zhuro, while the other was 1 rank below Feng Zhuro on the Alchemy Roll of Honor, Chao Yu. After Chairman W. A. N. G said this, a large group moved to the left, while Feng Zhuro and Chao Yu stood to the right, leaving Yi Yuan standing in his original position and not moving. Seeing this, Chairman W. A. N. G frowned and was slightly displeased. This young friend, didn't you hear what I said? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan in amazement, while 1 Yuan had a gloating face. This punk was indeed still an eccentric. Was it not courting death to behave like that in front of a top figure like Chairman W. and G? Seeing that Yi Yuan still did not move, Feng Ruoqing became anxious and called out, "What are you still standing there for, Yi Yuan? Quickly move to the left." Actually, I want to ask if I can stand on the right side," Yi Yuan said a little helplessly. He did not want to be unconventional, but since he promised Feng Ruoqing to go all out, Yi Yuan did not plan on concealing his strength. When he promised Feng Ruoqing, Yi Yuan thought about it a little. In the future, with the increase in strength, he would not be able to avoid this hurdle called Alchemist Association. If his alchemy Dao was extraordinarily strong, but he did not take part in the alchemist tests all the way, then he would genuinely be a maverick. If at that time, it spreads to the ears of that traitor or the Alchemist Association's headquarters, then it would not be fun. It would be very easy to arouse their suspicion. Ha! There was an uproar of laughter. A 4th-level essence, Qi Realm, wants to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Alchemy Master test? Are you joking, or are you making fun of both Chairman W. G, and Chairman's son. Wang Yuan berated out loud, but he actually had the sinister intentions of making the two chairmen get a terrible impression of Yi Yuan. As expected, when the two of them heard what Wang Yuan said, their faces turned ugly. This young friend, didn't you hear clearly? The right side is for those taking the Alchemy Master Test. Chairman G's face fell, and his words became less courteous. It was clear that he was unhappy. Yi Yuan, why haven't you apologized to the two chairmen? This is the Alchemist Association. You can't act wildly here. Feng Ruoqing repeatedly signaled with her eyes at Yi Yuan worriedly. Offending the two big heads of the Alchemist Association at the same time was no laughing matter. The Alchemist Association had always been an aloof existence. Even the imperial family could not command them. Body had dared to make fun of the Alchemist Association's chairman before. But now, Yi Yuan set a new precedent. Of course, this was how the others saw it. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to see it like that. Instead, he smiled and then said to Chairman G, this junior has heard clearly. I want to stand on the right side. I want to partic. 1. P. 8 in the Alchemy Master Test. You of 4th level Essence Chi Realm. Wants to join the Alchemy Master Test. Chairman G indeed became angry. That's right. Yi Yuan remained fearless. Whose family's brat are you? To actually be so impertinent. Did you come here today to beguile us elders? Chairman G was already on the edge of exploding. If it was not for the sake of Feng Ruoqing's face, he would have thrown Yi Yuan out long ago. At this time, Wang Yuan came forward very naturally to follow up. Please calm down, Chairman G. This person has always been arrogant, and he never respects his elders. But speaking of his family, I believe Chairman G also knows his father. Oh, do say, honorable nephew. Who is his father? Chairman G asked curiously. His father is Yi Hang, the owner of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Wang Yuan replied respectfully. Hearing that, Chairman G frowned and said, he is actually old brother Ye's son? Old brother Yi is a tiger father. How could he possibly beget such a shallow and frivolous son? Yi Yuan was around the same age as Wang Yuan, but was only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Clearly, he was someone who made no effort to seek progress. If he was only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, then forget it. But he actually did not know what was good for him and wanted a partic. 1. P. 8 in the Alchemy Master Test. Did he think that alchemy masters were like cabbages? He had gradually advanced along the alchemy path for so many years now, but he had never heard of any 9th level Essence Chi realm becoming an alchemy master, let alone a 4th level Essence Chi realm. Do you know how many spirit condensation realms were stopped outside the gate of alchemy master? Yet a 4th level Essence Chi realm shamelessly boasted that he wanted to partic. 1. P. 8 in the Alchemy Master Test. If this was not causing trouble on purpose, then what was? I'm not bored enough to be here and entertain you. I just feel that taking the test one rank at a time wastes too much time, so it's better to just take the Alchemy Master Test directly. Yi Yuan's words shocked everyone greatly. Humph! Taking into account that you are Yi Hang's son, I will overlook this sin of disrespect, but I think you can forget about this test. Miss Feng, it's not that this old man isn't giving you any face, but this brat is too mischievous. Men, throw this person out for me. Chairman G finally lost his temper. Wang Yuan was bursting with joy right now and thought to himself that the evil that people brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. Hold on. At that moment, Feng Ruoqing finally called out to stop this. Chapter 59. Test starts. Chapter 59. Test starts. Hold on. Feng Ruoqing went forward without any hesitation. Feng Ruoqing's action sparked a wave of murmuring among the students. It seemed like the relations H plus P between these two was becoming more apparent. Please calm down, Chairman. May I speak with him? Even though Feng Ruoqing was an instructor in the Danwu Academy, her qualifications were still somewhat lacking in the Alchemist Association's territory. Chairman W. A. N. G pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Feng Ruoqing looked at Yi Yuan with complicated eyes, trying to see if whether he really had a plan or he was messing around. But after staring for a long time, she could not see anything. Let me ask you, Yi Yuan, is our agreement earlier still valid? Feng Ruoqing asked in a low voice. It was just that this question seemed a little ambiguous. So apart from Feng Zhiro, who knew the details, everyone's imaginations ran wild. Yi Yuan replied somewhat helplessly. If it wasn't for keeping our agreement, do you think that I enjoy being looked on by them like I'm a freak? Hearing Yi Yuan say this, Feng Ruoqing's state of mind somehow became relaxed. Other people did not know Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao prowess, but Feng Ruoqing was very clear on it. To be able to casually instruct her, a middle-rank alchemy master, what Yi Yuan was lacking was most likely just cultivation realm. Feng Ruoqing had the feeling that what she saw was only a tip of the iceberg of Yi Yuan's abilities. Just what kind of a freak was this fellow? He was only 15 years old. You mean, you were confident? Even though she had confidence in Yi Yuan, what Yi Yuan was about to do was too subversive of common sense. So she had to confirm again. That I'm not too sure. Yi Yuan replied very irresponsibly. Seeing that Feng Ruoqing was about to storm off, Yi Yuan immediately followed up and said, "Well, simply refining any kind of Tier 2 medicinal pill work." That's right. As long as you can refine any kind of Tier 2 medicinal pill within 4 hours, it counts as PAS, seeing the low-rank alchemy master test. I see. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be an issue. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, as if refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was as simple as drinking water and eating rice. Since that's the case, I hope you don't disappoint me. After Feng Ruoqing finished, she pulled out a bottle of medicinal pills from inside her sleeves, and then said to Chairman W. N. G. Chairman, I have 3 soul noris. Plussing pills that I will place here as collateral for Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan is really here to cause trouble, then these 3 soul noris. Plussing pills will be an apology to the Association. When these words were said, shock could be seen on everyone's faces. The soul noris. Plussing pill was a genuine Tier 3 medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was a highly sought and precious Tier 3 medicinal pill. That was because the effects of the soul noris. Plussing pill was to strengthen a martial artist's divine soul. It was able to make a martial artist's soul more powerful. This type of medicinal pill was something that alchemists dreamed about. Chairman W. A. N. G was also astonished. He did not expect Feng Ruoqing to pull out such a precious item for Yi Yuan. As one of the major heads of the Alchemist Association, he knew Feng Ruoqing's true ident. That was why he was so courteous to her. If someone else were leading the team today, then, with his status, he would not be bothered to talk so much P with them. Miss Feng really wants to take out such a precious item for an ignorant brat. Chairman W. A. N. G asked disbelievingly. Ruoqing knows that Yi Yuan's actions are unconventional, but I believe that he has the ability. Just because we have never seen something before, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Things that we can't do doesn't mean that others can't do it as well. Feng Ruoqing said firmly. Fine. Since Miss Feng insists on it, then this old man won't be the bad guy today. But Miss Feng needs to know that I only agreed for your sake. If it were another person, I wouldn't accompany her to mess around, even if she took out this soul noris. Plussing pill. Chairman W. A. N. G said seriously. Thank you, Chairman W. A. N. G. Feng Ruoqing bowed slightly to express thanks. She knew that Chairman W. A. N. G was not lying, even though the soul noris. plussing pill was precious. This kind of medicinal pills was not overly scarce with the alchemist's association's might. The main reason why he agreed was still taking into account that she was the head imperial princess. Since Miss Feng is so insistent, then Yi Yuan stand on the right. But this old man will say some nasty words first. If you are really making fun of old me, I can forsake these pills, but you will pay for this. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, people will think that my alchemist association has become a place for children to mess around. Chairman W. A. N. G's did not speak quickly, but each word was loud and clear. It was evident that he made up his mind to give Yi Yuan a good one. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and went to stand beside Feng Zhuro. Hey, did you make a mistake? Don't harm my aunt. How can you, a 4th level essence chi realm, possibly refine a tier 2 medicinal pill? Feng Zhuro said indignantly. Yi Yuan glanced at Feng Zhuro and then retracted his eyes. He said indifferently, You better take care of yourself. I think you're going to fail this time. Why is the Academy's alchemy roll of honor so weak? Feng Zhuro did not expect Yi Yuan to rebuke her and was so infuriated that she was speechless. On the other side, Wan Yuan gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yi Yuan hatefully. Why? Why did Teacher Feng take out such a valuable thing for him? Just what capabilities does Yi Yuan have? Just wait and see. Right now, you are unbelievably arrogant. In a while, I will see just how you intend to wind up. Wan Yuan was yelling in his heart. Individual pill refinement rooms were used for this test. There were a total of 10 pill refinement rooms. 5 refinement rooms in a row at the east side, and another 5 at the west side. At the center was a great hall, and at the north of the hall was a light screen. The examiner could see everything happening in the refinement room through this light screen. At the south of the hall was a herbal warehouse. Alchemy involved many things such as controlling fire, medicinal theory, array formations, and etc. But in the end, it was all for refining the medicinal pill. No matter how strong in one aspect a person was, if they could not refine out a medicinal pill, then it was useless. There would not be any recognition. Hence, the Alchemist Association's tests had always taken a completed medicinal pill's grade as the benchmark. Whatever pill one could refine meant that they belonged to that alchemist rank. This was the most straightforward way, as well as the most persuasive. For hours were neither too long nor too short. It required the success rate of refining a medicinal pill to not be too low. This also reduced the likelihood of the alchemist being lucky. In this place, everything was decided by strength. The test officially begins now. Examinees can start choosing the herbs. The first 2 groups of students make your way into the herbal warehouse. The host of the test changed to a middle-aged alchemy master. Under his instructions, the first 2 groups of students went into the herbal warehouse to choose their herbs. Selection of herbs being included in the 4 hours was actually also a form of test for the students. It was a basic skill for an alchemist to find the required herbs in the shortest amount of time, in order to save time for the preparation of the herbs and refinement process later. As a matter of fact, one could tell the strength of the students from this herb selection stage. The faster and more accurate person was when choosing the herbs meant that they had a more skillful understanding of medicinal theory. It also meant that they had a better grasp on the attributes of the various herbs when refining. The success rate of refinement would naturally also rise significantly. Feng Ruoqing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan, and she thought to herself that with Yi Yuan's extreme understanding towards herbs, he only needed to spend a short while inside the herbal warehouse. When she was refining the qi-returning pill, he could actually use his hands to flawlessly grab and prepare various herbs. It was truly heaven-defying. He was clearly only 15 years old. Even if he started training alchemy in his mother's womb, how was it possible to reach such a level? Thinking up to this point, Feng Ruoqing gained a little more confidence in Yi Yuan. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create a miracle? Chapter 60. Your level is too low. Chapter 60. Your level is too low in the first 2 group. The main focus was naturally Su Feng and Sun Qiyun. Reality had proven that these two people truly could best the Danwu Academy students. When the two of them walked out of the herbal warehouse, everyone else was still looking for herbs. As for Su Feng and Sun Qiyun, the two of them were pretty much neck to neck and exited the herbal warehouse together. Watching Su Feng and Sun Qiyun standing out like cranes among chickens, both Elder W. and G and Elder Sun felt a pleasant warmth on their faces. Especially Elder W. and G, who was vexed by Yi Yuan earlier. Right now, he felt his mood turn for the better. Elder W. and G was named W. and G Jinfu, and Elder Sun was Sun Jiaming. The two of them were veterans in the Alchemist Ace Association and also highly respected alchemy grandmasters who were second to none in the state of Qin. Both of them were the Alchemist Ace Association deputy chairman, but they were secretly competing by bringing their disciples to take part in this test this time around. Old Sunday, I didn't think that Qiyun this lot S would improve so quickly. I'm afraid you expended no little effort on her. W. N. Ji Jinfu said as he stroked his beard. Haha, your family's Fenger isn't bad either. I remember that you only took her in as your last disciple the previous year. I didn't think that she was going to become a high-rank alchemy apprentice this quickly. That's right. Fenger this lot S is quite intelligent. Just a little bit, and she would understand. She's a good seedling. During this herb selection stage, it counts as a draw between the two of them. But this is just the appetizer. The key point is still the refinement. Sun Jiaming nodded in approval. It was apparent that between these two old men, W. N. Ji Jinfu was more talkative, while Sun Jiaming was taciturn. After Su Feng and Sun Qiyun entered the refinement room, they immediately started preparing the herbs. During the preparation stage, their actions were very swift and proficient. One could see that the two of them were frequently assisting the two old fogies outside. However, these basic skills were normally not visible. The effects would only show itself when it really came down to it. Aside from some students who had greater emphasis placed on them, the Danwu Academy's students rarely had the opportunity to do miscellaneous tasks for the instructors. Thus, they obviously could not be compared to how fast Su Feng and Sun Qiyun were. Furthermore, W. N. Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming were alchemy grandmasters. With them teaching step by step along the way, it would be impossible for these two girls not to stand above the rest. The Danwu Academy students were worse off once again during this segment. What amazed everyone was that the two of them progressed in a synchronized manner without any clear distinction between them. It was like Su Feng and Sun Qiyun discussed it beforehand. From selecting the herbs to finesse. Plussing the preparation of the herbs, these two girls took around an hour. One could see just how solid their fundamental skills were. Each student had 3 chances in the Alchemist A.S. Association's test, so everyone would prepare 3 sets of herbs. Su Feng and Sun Qiyun finished preparing their herbs and started on their first refinement. In the hall, Feng Zhiro watched the light screen in utter boredom. She was already a high-rank alchemy apprentice since long ago, so she obviously lacked interest in watching this kind of matches again. Hey, Yi Yuan, who do you think will win between those two girls? Feng Zhiro moved over to Yi Yuan's side and started talking with voice transmission. In this hall, no matter how quiet she was, those two old men would definitely hear it with their strength. Sun Qiyun. Yi Yuan similarly replied using voice transmission without even thinking about it. You already knew it? Why? Feng Zhiro was surprised. Feng Zhiro did not doubt Yi Yuan's words. She knew that Yi Yuan was really amazing. Feng Ruoqing's eyes were always at the top of her head. A youth that was so highly regarded by her aunt was absolutely no ordinary man. It was just that no matter how amazing she felt Yi Yuan was, she did not think that he could pass through the alchemy master test with his 4th level essence chi realm. Because Chairman Sun is a notch above, Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Chairman Sun? What has it got to do with Chairman Sun? Feng Zhiro was confused by Yi Yuan. Chairman Sun is a man of few words and is more infatuated with alchemy Tao. His abilities should be a notch above Chairman Ng's. Chairman Sun is pragmatic, so he is logically more strict when teaching apprentices. Sun Qiyun inherited her predecessor's style, so she is obviously a cut above. No way. Just because of this? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Feng Zhiro. When they were choosing the herbs, the two of them seemed to be on par. But Sun Qiyun was actually slightly faster than Su Feng'er. Feng Zhiro was dumbfounded. How did you tell? Su Feng'er is refining the fierce tiger pill, while Sun Qiyun is refining the profound clarity pill. The profound clarity pill has one more secondary ingredient than the fierce tiger pill, but the two of them finished at the same time. The winner and the loser are clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's words left Feng Zhiro wide-mouthed for a moment. Why you aren't talking rubbish, are you? You can tell what kind of pill they are refining just from the light screen. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. Won't you know whether I'm talking rubbish or not after they finish refining? Fine then. I want to see if you are the real thing. If I find out that you were talking C-R-A-P, no need for Chairman W-N-G to take action. I will throw you out first. Feng Zhiro threatened him. Whatever. Yi Yuan said indifferently. TCH, talked until it sounds so incredible. The final result of the test still lies on the refined medicinal pill. Even if they really refined the fierce tiger pill and the profound clarity pill, it still wouldn't be easy to determine the winner between these two pills, right? After a short while, Feng Zhiro found it boring and transmitted her voice over again. No, the winner has already been decided. Acting. Carry on acting. I don't believe that you can tell which one of them won from the light screen. Both of their herbs are only halfway refined and haven't condensed into a pill yet. Feng Zhiro was triggered by Yi Yuan's posturing attitude and felt even more strongly that Yi Yuan was talking nonsense. Sun Qiyun's refinement went smoothly. Without any accident, it should be a high-grade medicinal pill. But Su Feng'er made a small mistake at the start of the refinement. Even though she corrected it right away, it definitely affected the quality of the fierce tiger pill. At best, it can barely reach the high-grade standard. If later on she made another mistake, it wouldn't be surprising for it to become a middle-grade medicinal pill. Yi Yuan continued to lies calmly. Did Su Feng'er make a mistake? Why didn't I see it? Your level is too low, so you can't see it. Yi Yuan, you. If not for the fact that this was not the right place, Feng Zhiro would definitely stab him with her sword again. Su Feng'er and Sun Qiyun finished refining virtually at the same time. Furthermore, they succeeded with one try and only used an hour. Among these two groups of students, they thoroughly deserved to be kings. It was already without any doubt that they said the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. What was left was seeing the quality of the medicinal pill that the two of them refined to determine who was better. The two of them carried the medicinal pill that they refined and walked to the hall. Bowing towards the two old men, they said respectfully, Master, Grandfather, please inspect. But W.A.N.G. Jeanful laughed and turned to Feng Ruoqing instead. It naturally isn't nice for us to talk about our family. Can Miss Feng come and help us judge? Feng Ruoqing smiled lightly and said, It's better to accept than stand on ceremony. Feng Ruoqing took the medicinal pill on Su Feng'er's tray and inspected closely. A high-grade tier 1 medicinal pill, the fierce tiger pill. It was completed outstandingly and has reached the standard of high grade. Finest. H.I. Plusing. Feng Ruoqing did the same with Sun Qiyun's medicinal pill and said, a high-grade tier 1 medicinal pill, the profound clarity pill. Similarly finished splendidly. The grade of the medicinal pill has also reached the standard of high grade. At a corner, Feng Zhiro's jaw dropped and looked at Yi Yuan as if she saw a ghost. Chapter 61, Opponent? Chapter 61, Opponent? Along with Feng Ruoqing's mellow voice, the shock in Feng Zhiro's heart grew greater. What Yi Yuan said earlier was no different from what Feng Ruoqing said. One had to know that the light curtain only showed the herbal warehouse, and those herbs could only be vaguely seen. Some of them could not even be made out. At least, Feng Zhiro was unable to make it out. But Yi Yuan actually guessed the medicinal pills the two girls are going to refine just by looking at the light curtain. Just how'd he do it? Huh. Don't be afraid of offending us two old crocs, Miss Feng. If there's anything, just say it. Our tolerance isn't small to that extent. Since I'm competing with old man's son, there obviously needs to be a winner. In the end, there has to be a difference in quality between the medicinal pills refined by Feng Er and Qiyun. Miss Feng doesn't need to have any misgivings. Just say it. W-A-N. Ji Jinfu knew that Feng Ruoqing did not want to offend both sides, which was why she said it as if the two girls fought to a draw. But in reality, no matter how similar two people's alchemy Dao prowess were, in the end, it was impossible for medicinal pills refined to be identical. That was because there were too many elements that could affect the finished product. Feng Ruoqing gave a faint smile before saying, then Chairman W.N.G. and Chairman's son mustn't blame this little girl, all right? Don't say that. Since you were invited to be the judge, it wouldn't be reasonable to blame you. Sun Jiaming, who had been keeping mum, also voiced out. In reality, both Miss Feng Er and Miss Qiyun are very outstanding. The two people's abilities are also on par. It's just that during Miss Feng Er's refinement process, there was a slight flaw, resulting in the medicinal pill to be slightly inferior in quality. I can see that this fierce tiger pill's color is slightly dull. This should have been a result of a small error during the first step when tempering with fire. Feng Ruoqing's words were on point. Ha! W. N. Ji Jinfu laughed heartily, but there was no unexpected color change on his face. To think that the disciple you, old man's son, groomed is so incredible. It looks like you have a qualified successor. Feng Er, learn from this mistake. In the future, you have to be more diligent. Don't become arrogant just because you are my apprentice, understood? Feng Er understands, Su Feng Er replied dispiritedly. All right, it's almost time. Let the next batch begin, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu commanded. There was naturally someone to judge the medicinal pills refined by the others. Elder W.A.N. G and elder son obviously would not stoop to do these sort of things with their exalted status. In this batch of people, the main focus had to be Wan Yuan. One had to say that Wan Yuan had the capital to be arrogant in terms of alchemy Dao. He was only a few months older than Yi Yuan, but he had already possessed the strength of a high-rank alchemy apprentice. He could absolutely wander proudly within the same age group. His future accomplishments would most likely not be beneath his father's. Humph. Feng Ruoqing, Feng Zhiro, I'm going to let you see what a true alchemy Dao genius is. That Yi Yuan is just a clown. On the day I step on the stage of alchemy master, would I even need to fear that you, Feng Zhiro, wouldn't be moved? Wan Yuan thought to himself. He had saved up enough strength in order to perform well in front of Feng Zhiro, just to make her see him in a different light. Wan Yuan felt unspeakable emotions watching Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan making eyes at each other. Entering the herbal warehouse, Wan Yuan chose his herbs at top speed. The other students only came out of there after he had exited 30 minutes earlier. From this, whoever was superior could be instantly judged. Wan Yuan had the intention of showing off. The later phases were practically finished in one go. Especially after he started refining. His technique dazzled everyone, leaving them overwhelmed. Old son. It looked like old brother won his groomed to fine son. He even beat our two apprentices. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu was a veteran alchemy grandmaster, so his judgment was on point. As he watched Wan Yuan's refinement performance, he knew that Wan Yuan was much stronger than Su Feng Er and Sun Qiyun. That's right. Wan Donghai, that punk, really has some skill. These past few years, he suppressed Yi Hang completely. Who would have thought that the son he groomed was also this impressive? At this rate, Wan Yuan would probably Serpa. His father. Sun Jiaming had always been a man of few words. To have given such an evaluation showed that Wan Yuan's performance had already conquered him. Indeed, the way I see it, Wan Yuan's flowing cloud scattering hands is already 70% of Wan Donghai's. What's lacking is only experience and cultivation realm. In the future, this child will surely do great things. Humph. Unlike Yihang's son, trying to seek popularity through claptrap. Ridiculous. W. and Ji Jinfu gave an exceedingly high evaluation to Wang Yuan, while at the same time, he also dropped a timely disdain toward Yi Yuan. He was clearly very displeased with Yi Yuan causing trouble today. Every alchemist had their own unique refinement technique, and flowing cloud scattering hands was precisely the technique Wan Donghai was famous for. W. A. N. Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming did not deliberately cover up their conversation, so it naturally reached Feng Jiro's and Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan looked calm and relaxed, and he did not show any reaction. Instead, it was Feng Jiro who had a gloating face. She transmitted her voice once again and said, "Hey, how can you be so calm when they are praising your opponent like that?" Having experienced the initial shock, Feng Jiro could only use abnormal to explain Yi Yuan's earlier performance. But deep down inside, Feng Jiro started to faintly antic. 1. P. 8 Yi Yuan's performance later. Perhaps he really could do it? Hearing Feng Jiro's voice transmission, Yi Yuan remained emotionless as he replied, "Opponent? I've never treated him as an opponent." If it were in the past, Feng Jiro would definitely snort in derision at these words. But now, Feng Jiro felt that Yi Yuan might truly think this way in his heart. One had to know that earlier when Su Fenger made that tiny error, not even the two alchemy grandmasters present in her aunt saw it. Otherwise, they would not need to hold this compet. One time, however, Yi Yuan saw it long ago. And during Su Fenger's and Sun Qiyun's refinement process, Yi Yuan already determined the grade of their medicinal pills. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Feng Jiro believed that even if Yi Yuan did not pass the alchemy master test, his horizons were not something that the two alchemy grandmasters could compare to. Could it be that Yi Yuan's theoretical standard was already on par with an alchemy king? A 15-year-old youth with the standard of an alchemy king? Feng Jiro was frightened by her own thought. TCH, you really can act. Although she already agreed with Yi Yuan's words in her heart, Feng Jiro still remained scornful on the surface. She did not know why, but she felt that Yi Yuan was very infuriating. Perhaps the reason was that she had always been pursued since young. No man had ever been so contemptuous toward her before. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, Feng Jiro asked again, "Hey, Yi Yuan, you said that I can't pass the test this time. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I'm not so familiar with you as to joke with you." Yi Yuan replied casually. "Hey, why do you talk like this?" Feng Jiro was upset again. "Am I very close to you?" Yi Yuan glanced at Feng Jiro and asked. That Feng Jiro recalled that this was only their second meeting. They really could not count as being on familiar terms. Not only we are not close, but we're also even considered enemies, right? Feng Jiro's face flushed red. She knew that Yi Yuan still bore a grudge against that sort. "Yi Yuan, are you a man or not? Why do you keep harping on that small matter?" "Small matter? That sword of yours nearly took my life. Just how great is the hatred between us?" Yi Yuan snarled irately. Feng Jiro knew that she was in the wrong, and so she kept mum in anger. Chapter 62. Important things need to be said thrice. Chapter 62. Important things need to be said thrice. Fine. I was wrong, all right? Don't tell me, a grown man, like you don't even have this bit of magnanimity and intend to remember this grudge for life. After keeping mum for a while, Feng Jiro finally could not resist the loneliness and opened her mouth. It was just that her apology did not sound sincere at all. "It's not that I'm bearing a grudge. I'm just afraid that I might accidentally offend you, my lady. Then this small life of mine is gone. So I think it would be better for us to maintain a distance." Yi Yuan was really still a little afraid of Feng Jiro. This lass was too willful. Who knew if she might be unhappy someday and stab him with her sword again? Yi Yuan did not have the confidence to dodge again. He could disregard the alchemy roll of honor's experts, but he could not disregard experts on the martial roll of honor. Feng Jiro was rank 3 on the martial roll. If she really came with her sword again one day, Yi Yuan's life might just be over. Feng Zhiro was so angry at Yi Yuan that she gnashed her teeth. No one had ever said something like that to her before. As long as they were men, regardless of high or low status, poor or wealthy, which one of them would not try everything they could to get close to her? But this Yi Yuan was something else. He could not even wait to hide from her. Feng Zhiro grew up in a honeypot and was still rather cautious of men's approach. In the past, there had been a man who pretended to be enigmatic and deliberately maintained his distance to try to attract her attention. However, she could feel that Yi Yuan honestly found her to be a pain and did not want to get close to her. This made her feel a deep sense of defeat. Humph, do whatever you want. But first, you have to tell me why I can't pass the test. Truth be told, this was what Feng Zhiro wanted to know most of all. Why should I tell you? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. He had never seen someone ask for advice this way. If you don't tell me, I will. Feng Zhiro gave Yi Yuan a threatening look and drew her hand across her neck, making Yi Yuan feel a chill on his neck. Yi Yuan felt exasperated. Even if he was an alchemy emperor's reincarnation, the incarnation of a divine king, but today he was only a little fourth-level essence Qi realm rookie. Without question, this move from Feng Zhiro was the simplest, more direct, and also the most effective. Yi Yuan knew that once this wayward S lost it, she would go completely wild. If he really provoked her, she might just stab him again. He still intended on keeping this useful body to take revenge and did not want to die so dubiously. Fine, you win, Yi Yuan exclaimed helplessly. This was the first time Feng Zhiro had gotten back at Yi Yuan. She felt like she was cleared of all anxieties and flashed a gloating smile. As expected, this move worked well. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice helplessly. Is the cultivation law you are training in being of extreme, yang, and masculine? And how do you know that? Feng Zhiro questioned in surprise. As expected, a girl training some extreme, yang, and masculine cultivation law? What an idiot. Yi Yuan was filled with disdain. Hey, can't something nice come out of your mouth? That will have to depend on who I'm talking to. To a moron like you. I will be letting you down if I don't scold you. Women are inherently gentlean, originally already in conflict with extreme yang and masculine cultivation laws. Yet, you actually chose an extreme yang cultivation law. If this isn't moronic, then what is? Humph. So what? Do you want to say that you're still top 3 on the martial roll of honor? Yi Yuan mercilessly interrupted Feng Zhiro's bragging and gave a cold smile as he continued saying, currently, you can still compete with senior apprentice brother Long and the rest because your cultivation law is extremely high level and not because of your cultivation realm. Just wait and see the difference between you, senior apprentice brother Long, and the rest after 10 years. Other people develop their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. But you develop your weaknesses and avoid your strengths. Wouldn't you say that you are a moron? Hey, do you believe that I will kill you if you scold me a moron again? Moron, moron, moron. Important things need to be said thrice. Kill me then. If you kill me, then you can forget about breaking through the spirit condensation realm for the rest of your life. Yi Yuan also lost his temper as he snapped back coldly. Humph. It will be strange if I believe you. Even if the cultivation law that I train isn't suitable, what does it have to do with Sing the alchemist test. When Yi Yuan's temper flared up, Feng Zhiro backed off instead. This world is nothing more than yin and yang. A divine soul that has the yin attribute requires nourishment from freezing yin qi. Yet, you cultivate extreme yang laws instead. So your body produced all masculine yang qi. The masculine yang qi is suppressing the growth of your soul strength. Even if you eat soul noris, plussing pills like beans, the growth of your soul strength would be very limited. Feng Zhiro was furious at first, but after Yi Yuan said so, she started thinking about it. Yi Yuan continued explaining, right now, your soul strength barely reached the level of a low-rank alchemy master, but the success rate of refinement is extremely low, so it's very hard to pass the test. If you continue cultivating like this, the yang qi in your body will ACC you, mutilate even more, and the suppression of your divine soul will be even more obvious. Then you can't forget about advancing and becoming an alchemy master for the rest of your life. You're just trying to scare me. Do you think you can trick me with just a few words? Although she already believed most of it in her heart, Feng Jiro remained stubborn. Is that so? If I'm not wrong, is your cultivation currently getting increasingly slower? Every day at noon, do you feel uncomfortable throughout your body, your dantian burning hot, and a swelling pain around your temple? If you feel that I'm just trying to scare you, then just treat it like I never said anything. Yi Yuan's casual words made Feng Jiro feel ice cold. What Yi Yuan said was completely right. In the past, her cultivation was a lot faster than those in the same age group. But ever since breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, her cultivation's speed suddenly fell. Now, it was not even 2/3 of the original speed. Every day at noon, Feng Jiro's entire body would always be uncomfortable. The symptoms were exactly the same as Yi Yuan described. Could it be that it was really as Yi Yuan described? Did she choose the wrong cultivation law? Why you were talking rubbish? Plus, Feng Jiro's eyes became vacant. But her pride, which was present since the start, made her refuse to admit her mistake. Actually, it's not irreparable. At least, there's a method of letting you pass the test today. What method? The moment the words came out of her mouth, Feng Jiro regretted it. Was this not equivalent to admitting that Yi Yuan had already convinced her? When you are refining later, suppress your essence energy to the first level spirit condensation realm, and at the same time, eat a soul nourice. Plussing pill. You should be able to refine a tier 2 medicinal pill. But don't force yourself. Just refine some of the easier medicinal pills. Yi Yuan did not fuss over the details. He believed that this lot S will be troubled for some time after this conversation and would not have the time or energy to compete with him. So he just told her the method directly. Will that really work? I already told you the method. Whether you believe or not is up to you, Yi Yuan replied indifferently. Meanwhile, Wan Yuan walked out of the pill refinement room with a swagger. Wan Yuan's performance today was exceptional, and he set his usual standard when completing the pill refinement. Honorable nephew has indeed said your predecessor. I can see that your alchemy skills already have some of your father's charm. The medicinal pill refined this time is probably at least a high-grade medicinal pill. Quickly bring it here for this old man to see. Jean Fu laughed heartily. Currently, an examiner already presented the medicinal pill. Wan Yuan gave Jean Fu and Sun Jiaming a bow as he said respectfully, "Many thanks for the praise, Chairman Wang. What this junior refined this time is the omen-breaking pill." And luckily, said. Even though his words were modest, the arrogance between his brows could not be concealed no matter what. However, the way other people saw it, Wan Yuan had the capital to be arrogant. Jean Fu took the medicinal pill to have a look, and his face involuntarily changed. Chapter 63. Accidentally said the truth. Chapter 63. Accidentally said the truth. This is actually a quasi-superior grade omen-breaking pill. Jean Fu exclaimed in surprise. Oh, let me see. It's true. Although the omen-breaking pill is in the same rank as the profound clarity pill and the fierce tiger pill, the refinement difficulty is much greater. Honorable nephew, one is truly remarkable to be able to refine a quasi-superior grade. Sun Jiaming took a look at the pill, and it was undeniably a quasi-superior grade omen-breaking pill. Looking at the amazement on Jean Fu's and Sun Jiaming's faces, Wan Yuan suddenly felt a sense of pride. This little nephew was lucky. I didn't expect that I could actually refine a quasi-superior grade pill today. Wan Yuan's words were modest, but the smile on his face could not be concealed no matter what. His way of addressing also changed from junior to little nephew. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu looked at Wan Yuan thoughtfully and sighed. Honorable nephew is too modest. Your alchemy skills are most likely number one among the younger generation in the state of Qin. If not for the fact that you are old brother Wan's son, this old man even wants to take you in as a disciple. Wan Yuan's heart shook with excitement. It was definitely highly beneficial to receive the acknowledgement of the Alchemist A.S. Association's deputy chairman. The Alchemist A.S. Association had always been a transcendent existence that could not be controlled by any influence. It was precisely so that everyone wished to strike up good relations with them. If he were accepted to be W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's disciple, then the Wan family would have found a powerful backer from now on. It was true that Wan Donghai was impressive, but in the end, he was only a businessman, a rootless weed. Although the Drunken Star Manor was huge, it faced too many restrictions within the capital. If they managed to scale up this big tree, called the Alchemist Ace Association, then would it not be simple to destroy the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Imagining this, Wan Yuan no longer hesitated. Bowing towards W.A.N. Ji Jinfu, he said, "My father would frequently mention the two Lord Chairmen at home and is full of admiration towards both lords. If my father were to know that I could acknowledge Lord Chairman as my master, he would be very pleased." W.A.N. Ji Jinfu chortled and said, "But what a pity. I've already accepted Feng as my last disciple. Furthermore, you are a member of the academy. It isn't convenient for you to acknowledge other masters. However, there is no harm in taking you in as an in-name disciple. Are you willing?" The first half of the sentence disappointed Wan Yuan greatly, but the second half made him overjoyed. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's arrangement was indeed in consideration of taking him in as his disciple. A member of the Danwu Academy was the equivalent of a member of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Acknowledging other masters would naturally be inappropriate, but an in-name disciple would not be an issue. Wan Yuan kowtowed. Disciple Wan Yuan pays respect to Master W.N. Ji Jinfu stroked his beard as he smiled and accepted it calmly. Good, good. You and I are only master and disciple in name, so there isn't a need to stand on ceremony. Get up. The two of us had better not delay other people's tests. We will talk about this matter after the test. Anyone could tell that W.A.N. Ji Jinfu was highly pleased with this in-name disciple. Feng, watching by the side, furrowed her brows instead. It was not that she was unhappy with Wan Yuan acknowledging a master. In reality, there were many students like that in the Danwu Academy. However, Wan Yuan's background was too sensitive. As a member of the imperial family, Feng Ruoqing naturally had a different sensitivity to Wan Yuan acknowledging a master. The Wan family and the Su family had been in collusion all this while. They dominated over half of the state of Qin's medicinal pills and medicinal herbs businesses. The imperial family was apparently concerned about this, so they tacitly approved of the Yi family's rise. But now that Wan Yuan was taken in by W.A.N. Ji Jinfu, this would mean that the Wan family had struck up a relations. H.I. plus P with the Alchemist A.S. Association. The influence of the Alchemist A.S. Association was even greater than the Tranquil Cloud sect. Their branches spanned every corner of the continent. One could say that as long as a place had people living there, there would be an Alchemist Association. To the imperial family, they had to be on guard now that the Wan family was in league with this giant. The Alchemy Master Test is starting now. Partic 1. P. Ants enter the herbal warehouse. The examiner called out. Yi Yuan was about to move when Wan Yuan walked in front of him, smilingly. Yi Yuan, I advise you to not go out there and disgrace yourself. Master is a respected figure who isn't willing to dispute with a junior like you, so you should have a sense of propriety. You have never been in contact with alchemy since young. If you mess up later, you are not only going to lose face, even Teacher Feng and the Danwu Academy's people will be thoroughly disgraced. What? He doesn't know alchemy? When W. Jinfu heard that. He immediately blew his top. Master, I could be considered to have grown up together with Yi Yuan, but I was never aware that he knew alchemy. Although I don't know how he managed to sneak in, I'm afraid that he will make us all lose face. That's why I decided to speak up. 1 yuan fake compa. Shout as he explained. Yi Yuan, are you challenging this old man's patience? Jinfu snarled. Yi Yuan ignored Jinfu and looked at 1 yuan instead, smiling as he said, read my lips. What? 1 yuan was stunned for a moment and did not react in time. Diet. Yi Yuan did not make a sound but mouthed the word exaggeratedly. Even though the audience did not hear anything, even a moron could see what Yi Yuan was mouthing. It was just that with this, the formerly tense atmosphere became a little weird. Everyone fought hard to hold back their laughter. Yi Yuan, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. 1 yuan burst out furiously. I'm really astonished by your idiocy. Who within the capital and the Dan Wu Academy aren't aware that you were at loggerheads with me since young. Now, you're saying that you're doing this for my own good? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Yi Yuan sighed helplessly. 1 yuan did not expect Yi Yuan would lose all decorum with him right here. Being said like this, he was foolish enough to astonish everyone. Don't change the subject, Yi Yuan. Right now, I'm talking about whether you know alchemy or not. You are wasting the 2 chairmen's precious time. 1 yuan did not lose himself in anger and managed to retort. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Sorry, I insulted the word idiot just now. This time around, the audience could not hold back their laughter anymore, especially Feng Zhuro, who convulsed in laughter exaggeratedly. 1 yuan's face turned purple as he roared, Don't talk nonsense, Yi Yuan. Fine then. Someone who's even less than an idiot like you won't give up unless I make it clear. You said that you grew up together with me and was never aware that I knew alchemy? Don't tell me that you stalk me 24 hours a day. Do you follow me when I'm eating, sleeping, and on the loo? Or should I report to you when I'm learning alchemy? Yes, you have an alchemy grandmaster for a father. But I also have an alchemy grandmaster for a father. Why should you know alchemy, but I can't? You even incited the 2 chairmen to be your hired thugs to put me to death. Your intentions are so sinister. Oops, my bad. I accidentally revealed your true purpose. Sorry. Finest. Plusing. Yi Yuan even bowed towards 1 yuan mockingly, making the audience burst into laughter once again. With what Yi Yuan said, it was like yellow dirt had fallen into 1 yuan's pants. Even if it was not S-H-I plus T, it became S-H-I plus T. 1 yuan turned to look at W-A-N-G Jinfu. As expected, his face became sullen. 1 yuan hurriedly explained, Master, don't listen to his nonsense. There's no such thing. He's trying to S-H-I plus F-T the blame to me. Why would I make use of Master? Whether he knows alchemy or not, it will be clear once he enters the refining room. For a moment, W-A-N-G Jinfu was unable to tell if what Yi Yuan said was true or false. So he said, Fine, I will let you try. Chapter 64. He really knows alchemy? Chapter 64. He really knows alchemy? Fine. I want to see just what kind of Tier 2 medicinal pill can you refine. At that time, you had better not bring a pile of herbal dregs to serve as a stopgap. 1 yuan wanted to embark S.E. Yuan, but he did not expect to throw himself in. However, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine any medicinal pill. Even if he really knew alchemy, it was impossible for him to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. As long as Yi Yuan could not refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, then everything was good. At that time, could Yi Yuan even walk out of the Alchemist Association's gates in one piece with him fanning the fire by the side? You'd better worry about your own intelligence first. Don't worry about my matters. Ending with those words, Yi Yuan directly ignored 1 yuan and headed to the herbal warehouse. When he said by phone watching, he suddenly flashed a smile and transmitted his voice in a while watch properly and don't blink. Feng Ruoqing's face twitched as she looked bewilderedly at Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan had already entered the herbal warehouse. Could it be that he's going to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? That's why he asked me to pay attention. He really knows the yin-yang separation flow technique. Initially, Feng Ruoqing thought that there had to be a powerful alchemy master behind Yi Yuan. That was why Yi Yuan possessed such immensely profound theoretical knowledge. However, the yin-yang separation flow technique required extreme amounts of practice to learn. It was impossible without 2 to 3 years. As for mastering it completely, the time required was even longer. Even 5 years were considered short. But Yi Yuan was only 15 years old. Could it be that he started learning when he was 10 years old? But Yi Yuan most likely had not even stepped onto the martial path back then. Where would he have the support of essence energy? Thinking for a long time, Feng Ruoqing still could not figure it out, so she just let it go. When Feng Ruoqing came around, she realized that the atmosphere was not quite right. Everyone stared fixedly at the light curtain with unusual eyes. What's Yi Yuan doing? Is he choosing herbs haphazardly to refine randomly later? Wan Yuan watched the light screen with a cold smile. I said that he doesn't know anything, right? Just look. He doesn't even look and simply grabs a bunch of herbs completely indiscriminately as he goes. Who chooses herbs like that? That's right. Isn't this making fun of us? Many of the herbs in the herbal warehouse look almost the same. It's impossible to tell the difference without inspecting it closely. He's being too casual. At their seat, the faces of W, A, N, Ji Jinfu, and Sun Jiaming did not look too good. They obviously knew that there were many herbs inside the herbal warehouse meant to confuse the public. This was to test the visual judgment of the alchemist. However, Yi Yuan's performance was too amateurish, giving them the feeling that they were being fooled. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance, Wan Yuan was secretly even more certain that Yi Yuan did not know alchemy. Observing the faces of the two leaders, he felt elated. Why, Yi Yuan? Since you are courting death yourself, then you can't blame me. Today, even if Yi Hang came here, he also can't save you. Wan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Miss Feng, this old man doesn't want to speak out of turn, but does he really know alchemy? W. N. Ji Jinfu could not resist questioning. Only Feng Ruoqing was aware of Yi Yuan's ability in this place, so she did not find it unusual. Lord Chairman, please look on patiently. Since the test has already started, just let Yi Yuan finish. If he really poked a hole in any basket, then I, Feng Ruoqing, will shoulder it. Although Feng Ruoqing spoke respectfully, she was firmly defensive of Yi Yuan. W. A. N. Ji Jinfu had some understanding of Feng Ruoqing and knew that she was a reserved person all along. He did not understand why she was accompanying a junior to mess around today. Miss Feng's abilities are already nearing a high-rank alchemy master. Can't you differentiate between a rookie and an expert? As long as you watch Yi Yuan choose his herbs, you'll be able to tell that he's a complete layman. Must Miss Feng continue to go along with his nonsense? W. A. N. Ji Jinfu frowned as he said this. Feng Ruoqing's ident. 1. Tai was special. In the future, she could possibly become another alchemy grandmaster in the imperial family. Although the Alchemist Association did not fear the imperial family, this state of Qin was ultimately the imperial family's territory. Unless they had no other alternatives, both parties naturally would not lose all decorum. Hence, W. A. N. Ji Jinfu continued to endure when speaking to Feng Ruoqing. But Feng Ruoqing just smiled and said, I still have those same words. Why don't Chairman W. A. N. G. watch finish patiently? Perhaps it wouldn't disappoint you? Sometimes, what you see with your own eyes might not be true. Seeing Feng Ruoqing remain firm, he was also displeased. He wanted to see just what Yi Yuan could do, since he had already made it clear that if Yi Yuan really dared to mess with the Alchemist A.S. Association, then even if he was beaten to death, there was nothing that Feng Ruoqing could say. Look, guys, Yi Yuan's out. Isn't this too fast? Isn't he a complete amateur? That's right. He came out after walking one round inside. You guys look, He's carrying so little herbs. Most likely, there's only enough quant. 1. Tie for 1 refinement? Does he think that it's hopeless and is acting recklessly? Or is he extremely confident in himself? Bulls. HI plus T. Of course, he thinks that it's hopeless and he's acting recklessly. Even an alchemy grandmaster wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could refine a tier 2 medicinal pill each time. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan is so monstrous that his alchemy success rate is 100%. Yi Yuan's actions incurred a round of vicious words, but he cannot hear them. Of course, even if he heard it, he would just treat it like a fart. Entering the pill refinement room, Yi Yuan threw the herbs casually onto the workstation and split the herbs evenly into 2 sets before starting the refinement of the medicinal essence right away. Even the process of preparing the herbs was foregone. Not even 30 minutes had said from choosing the herbs until now. His actions caused another huge commotion. In the hall, regardless of both students and alchemists from the Alchemist Association, they all exchanged looks. Is this Yi Yuan here to be a joke? Even if he only prepared 1 set of ingredients for the sake of posturing, was there a need to skip weighing and preparation of the herbs? How is he certain of the quant? 1. Tie of each herb? Another person looked at him like he was an idiot. You still have hopes that Yi Yuan could refine a medicinal pill even now? This fellow is a complete amateur who doesn't know anything at all. He's here solely for laughs. Look, guys, the ingredients that he chose was only enough for 1 portion, but he split the herbs into 2 halves. Half the quant. 1. Tie isn't even enough to refine a single medicinal pill. This Yi Yuan is really B-A-L-L-S-Y. He actually dares to mess with the 2 chairmen. Is he courting death? Wan Yuan smiled coldly and said, I already said that he was all talk. To think that he really made everyone run around in circles. I want to see just how he intends to wrap up the situation later. Following which, Wan Yuan looked towards W.A.N.G. Jinfu to check out what kind of expression he had. However, Wan Yuan did not see the expression he was looking forward to on W.A.N.G. Jinfu's face. Suspicion was written all over W.A.N.G. Jinfu's face. Old son, do you think that Yi Yuan, this punk, is about to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? Sun Jiaming's expression was about the same as W.A.N.G. Jinfu's. Theoretically speaking, splitting the ingredients equally into 2 parts is the approach to the yin-yang separation flow technique. But W.A.N.G. Jinfu shook his head. I also think that it isn't likely. How old is this punk? How could he know the yin-yang separation flow technique? No need to guess anymore, Lord Chairman. What Yi Yuan is about to use is precisely the yin-yang separation flow technique. Right then, Feng Ruoqing's confident voice was heard. Celiphoda _ Regius Professor. Are you ready for TGIF? Tongue sticking out. This is not the TGIF chapter, but the first chapter for Friday. Chapter 65, Geode-like Technique. Chapter 65, Geode-like Technique. He's a complete amateur in alchemy who doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. How could he possibly know how to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? Preparing herbs was something deeply ingrained in alchemists. Even W.A.N.G. Jinfu, who was an alchemy grandmaster, would not skip it. One after all, it was impossible to comprehend how an alchemy emperor refined pills with his realm. 2 hints in W.A.N.G. Jinfu's heart. Yi Yuan had long been determined to be a layman. Whether he knows it or not, just continue watching and you will see. Honestly speaking, even I am looking forward to it. Feng Ruoqing said with a smile. W.A.N.G. Jinfu and Ko's conversation reached everyone's ears. The students started gossiping among themselves. Yin-yang separation flow technique? What the H-E-L? L is that? No clue. Never heard of it before. I'm also confused now. Is Yi Yuan the real deal, or is he misleading us? Should be misleading? After all, he doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. I think so too. Other people did not know about the yin-yang separation flow technique, but Wan Yuan knew. It was exactly because he knew that cause Wan Yuan's disdain grew even greater. Although the yin-yang separation flow technique was very powerful, it was extremely difficult to train. He was all too clear on Yi Yuan's capabilities. How could he possibly know this? Most likely Yi Yuan saw it on some obscure books or records, and then he purposely took it out now to please the crowd by trying to impress them. Within the refining room, Yi Yuan swiftly completed the refinement of the medicinal essence. Next was to open the furnace to refine pills. Similar to that day when he was assistant to Feng Ruoqing, Yi Yuan formed seals with both hands, and the flame obediently split into two parts to scorch the pill cauldron uniformly. Finus, Plussing the preparation work, Yi Yuan waved a hand, and the medicinal essences flew into the pill cauldron. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan's hands were like flood dragons out in the sea. His left hand formed seals, and his right hand did so too as he controlled the two portions of medicinal essences. The entire process was not quick, but it was not sloppy at all. The essence of the yin-yang separation flow technique was synchronization. Just based on this point, Yi Yuan's refinement since the start had been impeccable. Outside the refining room in the hall, Yi Yuan's refinement finally dispelled everyone's suspicions towards him. Yi Yuan really knew alchemy. It was just that. It was not easy to judge how high his standard was. I didn't think that this rascal really knows alchemy. It's just, why are his movements so slow? Could it be that he isn't familiar with the seals? W-A-N-G Jinfu was baffled. The yin-yang separation flow technique has 7x7, 49 yang seals, and 7x7, 49 yin seals. Each of them is supremely complex. Back then, I also tried to learn the yin-yang separation flow technique. But in the end, I failed. Yi Yuan has been on point since the first seal until now. I also can't see any areas where he's unfamiliar with. Logically speaking, it should be utilized proficiently. I also don't understand why he's so slow. Miss Feng, what do you think? Sun Jiaming seemed to be rather familiar with the yin-yang separation flow technique. Most likely, he spent a great deal of time researching it in his youth. Feng Ruoqing had been staring unblinkingly at Yi Yuan's hands since the beginning. She knew the first 21 seals of the yin-yang separation flow technique by heart. Currently, the seals Yi Yuan executed were like playing it in slow motion for her to see. Could it be that he's specifically displaying it for me to see? Feng Zhiro quickly rejected this thought. The yin-yang separation flow technique was incomparably complicated. If he continued like this, the medicinal pills would definitely be ruined. Even if Yi Yuan were really at the level of an alchemy king, it would be impossible to save it. Noticing that Sun Jiaming questioned her, Feng Ruoqing also shook her head bitterly. I also don't know. The first pair of seals is completed. But isn't this speed too slow? At this rate, the medicinal pill can't even condense. The result will surely be a useless pill. W-A-N-G Jinfu said. Yi Yuan started to execute the second pair of seals. The two sets of medicinal essences jumped joyously about in the pill cauldron one after another, akin to fish frolicking. Old W-A-N-G. Do you feel that the speed of Yi Yuan's seals is increasing? Halfway through the second pair of seals, Sun Jiaming suddenly asked, Is that so? I didn't notice it. It's still so slow. But old Sun, did you notice that even though Yi Yuan's actions are very slow, the medicinal essences don't have any signs of dissipating? W-A-N-G Jinfu also seemed to have discovered something unusual. In reality, when alchemists were refining pills, most would finish things quickly in order to maintain the shape of the medicinal essence. It was just like a single log bridge. If you charge across in one breath, you would be able to properly grasp the direction and balance so as to not fall down. But if you crossed it slowly, it would be easy to lose your center of gravity and then fell down. However, Yi Yuan's refining was the opposite. He clearly decreased the speed, but each step was very stable. There were no instances where the center of gravity was off. Sun Jiaming took a look and was involuntarily astounded. It's true. Could it be that Yi Yuan already trained the yin-yang separation flow technique to an extraordinarily high realm? Hence, he deliberately slowed down to allow for the various herbs and the medicinal essence to fuse better. But is this possible? Right when the two were debating, Yi Yuan's seals had already progressed to the third pair. It's not right. It looks like it's sped up again, Sun Jiaming exclaimed. And, now that you said it, it really looks like it's a little faster than at the start. He's increasing his speed. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu also discovered the change in Yi Yuan's hand speed. Don't tell me. He plans to keep increasing speed like this? Sun Jiaming and W.A.N. Ji Jinfu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Next was the fourth pair of seals. The fifth pair, sixth pair, seventh pair. Yi Yuan's seal-forming speed became increasingly faster and even more elusive. In the beginning, everyone's eyes could follow Yi Yuan's speed. But towards the end, they could only see a blur. Yi Yuan's refinement gave people the feeling that he was using his fingertips to dance, dreamlike and mystical. Sun Jiaming and W.A.N. Ji Jinfu no longer discussed Yi Yuan's seals. They were completely drunk on Yi Yuan's refinement and were not able to extricate themselves. At this moment, their hearts seemed to quiver along with Yi Yuan's hands, becoming excited. Their blood even felt like it was boiling towards the end. In this place, Sun Jiaming's and W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's skill was the highest. But even they were completely immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves, let alone the others. Even Yi Yuan's enemy, 1 Yuan, was currently lost in it. Sun Jiaming and W.A.N. Ji Jinfu were wholly enraptured, as if they were brought into another realm. And this realm was a world that they had never heard of before in their entire lives. Yin-yang, combined. Just as that feeling reached its peak, Yi Yuan gave a low cry and suddenly placed his palms together, resulting in the 2 half-portion medicinal pills, which had already taken shape, gathered in the center. A beam of white light shot out from the pill cauldron, blinding everyone's eyes. Sun Jiaming and W.A.N. Ji Jinfu were abruptly woken. The two exchanged looks once again and saw an inexplicable feeling from the other party's eyes. The entire hall was silent. The students had not woken up from their stupor yet. Right then, the door of the refining room belonging to Yi Yuan opened, and Yi Yuan walked out slowly. Bean-sized sweat drops covered his forehead. It was evident that refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was still too strenuous for him. The medicinal pill is already refined. This little lord is tired to death. I'm going back to rest first. You have to tell me later whether I pass or not. After he said that, Yi Yuan strode out, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Celiphoda_Regius Professor. Check out Note 1 and Note 2 in this chapter. It's not our fault, sad face. Don't blame us. Again, not TGIF. But second chapter for today, tongue sticking out. Chapter 66, Miracle, Legendary Realm. Chapter 66, Miracle, Legendary Realm. He left just like that? W.A.N. Ji Jinfu forgot to stop Yi Yuan just now. When he recovered, Yi Yuan was already gone. Sun Jiaming took a deep breath and sighed. If he doesn't leave, then what? His essence energy is already exhausted. If he doesn't recuperate in time, it might leave behind hidden dangers. Even though he managed to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill using his 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation, it was still overly forceful. It would be a pity for such a figure to leave behind hidden dangers because of a single refinement. Sigh. So what if it was forceful? He already has the strength to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. What's lacking is only the ACCU, Mulation of Essence Energy. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's words still contained deep shock. Sun Jinfu nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly became agitated. Trembling, he said, "A miracle. Yi Yuan's refinement just now was simply a miracle. That's right. It was truly a miracle. Could it be that Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique had already reached that legendary stage? W.A.N.G. Jinfu wondered. It's definitely the legendary realm. A fourth-level essence, Qi realm, refining pills manage to affect even the mental states of us both. It's impossible to not be the legendary stage. Sun Jiaming said in agreement. The various refinement techniques in alchemy had fundamental similarities with martial techniques. It was just that alchemy techniques did not possess attack power. However, refinement techniques were differentiated into 5 realms based on the level of mastery. They were namely, entry stage, small success stage, large success stage, great circle stage, and legendary stage. The distinction between realms was pretty much the same as martial techniques. The only difference was in the 5th stage's name. One was the breaking illusion stage, while the other was the legendary stage. The difference also showed the fundamentally distinct goals between martial techniques and alchemy techniques. Martial techniques pursued extreme destructive powers. What was necessary was breaking shackles and sing limits. Hence the name, breaking illusion. On the other hand, alchemy techniques pursued a type of boundless creation power. Endless possibilities lay hidden inside a tiny medicinal pill, and what alchemy methods chased after was the creation of even more possibilities. Hence the name, legendary. The moment one's alchemy technique stepped into the legendary stage, the refined medicinal pills would produce limitless possibilities and often would also increase the medicinal efficacy multiple times. An alchemy technique at the legendary stage could even bestow additional attributes onto the medicinal pill and yield unexpected results. W.A.N.G. Jinfu seemed to recall something and suddenly bellowed. What are you still standing there for? Quickly go and invite out the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined. When W.A.N.G. Jinfu spoke, he subconsciously used the word invite. The alchemy master at the side only came to a realization now and rushed over to retrieve the medicinal pill. Meanwhile, Wan Yuan's face took on a grim expression. In his heart, he felt inexplicable shock and a strong sense of shame. He knew that the relations H.I. plus P he just struck up with W.A.N.G. Jinfu was gone now. It was already impossible for W.N. Ji Jinfu to acknowledge him as a disciple. Things would be fine if Yi Yuan did not know alchemy. Taking advantage of W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's rotten mood from being messed with, he could throw dirty water with all his might by the side. But now, Yi Yuan and his conflict already came out into the open. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu would most likely not have any good impression toward Wan Yuan as long as he slightly recalled Yi Yuan's words. What made Wan Yuan feel even more ashamed was that he was actually lost in that mysterious feeling brought by Yi Yuan and could not extricate himself. This showed that his alchemy Dao was much more inferior to Yi Yuan's. How did this happen? A month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a good-for-nothing. Now, not only did he achieve dazzling results in the martial path, his alchemy Dao standard broke the general knowledge, and he completed an impossible task. In this short while, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill had already been carefully brought out on a jade tray by an alchemy master. A fire-red pill appeared in front of everyone. This is a low-tier 2 strengthening pill. Sniffing the overwhelming medicinal aroma, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu quickly identified the medicinal pill. That's right, it's really the strengthening pill. A transcendent grade strengthening pill. Sun Jiaming said with a grave expression. The strengthening pill was a very low-level medicinal pill which was frequently used by bottom-tier martial artists. The use of the strengthening pill was to increase the power in a particular area of the body. It was a medicinal pill that allowed a partial part of a martial artist's body to exceed their existing strength. Tier 1 strengthening pills were highly popular among demonic beast hunters, as it could often help them defeat demonic beasts that were slightly stronger than them. It was very low level, but very practical. On the other hand, Tier 2 strengthening pills were not as popular as Tier 1s. This was because Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists were much wealthier than Essence Chi Realm martial artists. They were also much stronger, so they could afford higher-level medicinal pills. The difference between each minor cultivation realm after the Spirit Condensation Realm was huge. Even if one used a Tier 2 strengthening pill to partially increase their strength, the effects were severely limited. That was because the level of the medicinal pill was too low, barely reaching the level of low Tier 2. Hence, the position of Tier 2 strengthening pills became very awkward. But no matter what, a Tier 2 strengthening pill was a Tier 2 strengthening pill. It was a genuine Tier 2 medicinal pill. Body was able to refute it. Of course, Body would go and dispute it right now. Everyone was sizing up this medicinal pill curiously. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming exchanged glances. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu opened his mouth and said, "Old Sun, what are you thinking now?" "The same as you," Sun Jiaming replied. "Then, try it?" W.A.N. Ji Jinfu asked uncertainly. But Sun Jiaming shook his head instead. This medicinal pill was refined by Yi Yuan. According to the AS Association's rules, this medicinal pill belongs to him. We don't have the right to test it. Currently, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming felt like their hearts were being scratched by cats. They were highly curious about the medicinal effects of this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill. However, the Partic 1P ants who came to take part in the Alchemist AS Association's test had already paid the test fees. Hence, the medicinal pills refined naturally belonged to them. Danwu Academy had already paid the test fees for their students. Both W.A.N. G and Sun obviously could not casually test the medicinal pill. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu suddenly recalled something. Slapping his thighs, he exclaimed, "Miss Feng." Halfway through his sentence, he stopped abruptly. That was because when he turned his head, he found out that Feng Ruoqing currently had her eyes shut, and she had entered a strange state. Sudden enlightenment. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. No wonder he did not hear Feng Ruoqing speak until now. She had actually entered a sudden enlightenment state. Her soul strength is growing. She's about to break through. Sun Jiaming clearly also noticed her peculiar state. Everyone be quiet. Don't interrupt Miss Feng's breakthrough. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu said in a low voice. The test hall instantly quietened down. Everyone was focused on Feng Ruoqing's breakthrough. Feng Ruoqing had long held a studious mindset when watching Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique. After Yi Yuan's refinement became dreamlike and mystical, she felt like she comprehended something, following which she entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Body here had more profound attainments than her in terms of the yin-yang separation flow technique. Also Body understood the yin-yang separation flow technique better than her. Towards the end, Feng Ruoqing's divine soul and Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique developed a resonance, and under this resonance, her divine soul gradually grew stronger. Feng Ruoqing's soul strength was only a hair's breadth away from being a high-rank alchemy master. Relying on this resonance, she successfully crossed the threshold and finally became a high-rank alchemy master. Celiphoda_Regius Professor, TGIF. S release of 20 chapters. Chapter 66 to Chapter 85 for our supportive readers. Good news, Ma. S release. Maybe a bad news. Maybe is a good news. The more chapters we released, the closer we get to being premium. How many chapters till premium? We do not know. It depends on the management. For now, enjoy the chapters. Thank you for the support. Chapter 67. Testing Medicinal Efficacy. Chapter 67. Testing Medicinal Efficacy. All of a sudden, the surrounding essence energy gathered around Feng Ruoqing, forming a small essence energy storm around her. Feng Ruoqing greedily absorbed the concentrated essence energy and broke through the shackles in one motion. Originally, she was at the 6th level spirit condensation realm. Taking advantage of the sudden enlightenment to break through, not only did her soul strength broke through to the high-rank alchemy master realm, but her cultivation also broke through the 6th level spirit condensation realm, directly rising to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Only after the essence energy in the hall recovered its tranquility did Feng Ruoqing slowly open her eyes. Congratulations, Miss Feng, in advancing to high-rank alchemy master in one stroke. W.N. Ji Jinfu immediately went up to congratulate, and the others also came up to express their felicitations. Feng Ruoqing could break through to high-rank alchemy master at such an age. In the future, it was basically a given for her to become an alchemy grandmaster. It was essential to be on friendly terms with a future state of Qin's major figure now. Except that while Feng Ruoqing returned the well wishes perfunctorily, her eyes scanned the crowd. But in the end, she failed to find the person she was looking for. Many thanks for everyone's compliments. Ruoqing dare not accept it. For Ruoqing to be fortunate enough to break through today, I still have to thank Yi Yuan. I wonder, where did he go? Feng Ruoqing asked in puzzlement. In the state of sudden enlightenment, Feng Ruoqing was completely dead to the outside world. She was still not aware that Yi Yuan had already left. Miss Feng, because Yi Yuan completely exhausted his essence energy to forcefully refine the Tier 2 strengthening pill, he went back to rest right after he exited the refining room. W. Ji Jinfu replied. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. Then the medicinal pill, he refined. The moment she mentioned the medicinal pill, everyone's expressions became peculiar. Feng Ruoqing was baffled, but her heart jumped, and she asked anxiously, "Don't tell me Yi Yuan failed? Impossible." "Relax, Miss Feng." "Of course," Yi Yuan Pa said. "It's just W.A.N." Ji Jinfu found it hard to speak up. In reality, it was somewhat impetuous to test the medicinal pill that other people refined. However, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu really wanted to know if this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill had any special effects. "It's just what?" Feng Ruoqing asked curiously. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu sighed and said, "I'm also not afraid that Miss Feng will laugh. Not only did that Yi Yuan refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, but it was also a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. His performance earlier was simply miraculous." So, hearing W.A.N. Ji Jinfu said all that, Feng Ruoqing immediately understood in her heart. Transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. These 6 words represented extraordinary significance in the state of Qin's alchemy world. Even a high-rank alchemy grandmaster could not refine a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill, even if the medicinal pill was the lowest of the low Tier 2. Tier 2 medicinal pills and Tier 1 medicinal pills were 2 completely different concepts. The soul strength requirement was not high for Tier 1 medicinal pills. It was easier to refine in comparison. However, the complexity level of Tier 2 medicinal pills was several times, even dozens of times of Tier 1 medicinal pills. Because of that, a more powerful soul strength was necessary to advance to Alchemy Master. This gap also brought about a phenomenon. Tier 1 medicinal pills would occasionally come out as transcendent grade. However, a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill had never appeared in the state of Qin before. Hence, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu really wanted to see just what effects this medicinal pill had. Seeing everyone look at her with expectant eyes, Feng Ruoqing obviously did not feel nice to reject. In reality, she was also curious just how mystical this so-called transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill was. Even if Feng Ruoqing was the only one who believed that Yi Yuan could refine a tier 2 medicinal pill among this crowd, the shock that she currently felt was no less than the rest. Feng Ruoqing felt that it was extremely appropriate for W.A.N. Ji Jinfu to use the word miracle to describe Yi Yuan's refinement just now. Since that's the case, then test it out. Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, and their eyes shone with anticipation. Ha! I finally refined a tier 2 medicinal pill. I'm also an alchemy master now. Right at this moment, a somewhat crazed laughter echoed out. The audience involuntarily turned to look, only to see Feng Zhiro. This made everyone recall that there were still 2 examinees who had not come out yet. Feng Zhiro caught sight of Feng Ruoqing and danced with joy. Russ, I, plussing in front of her, she shook her hands as she said, Aunt, I actually refined a tier 2 medicinal pill. I didn't expect Yi Yuan, that punk, to really have a few tricks up his sleeves. He casually gave a few pointers, and I refined a tier 2 medicinal pill. Now, I'm also an alchemy master. What? Yi Yuan gave you pointers? Feng Ruoqing asked in bewilderment. Yeah, he said that my cultivation law restricted my soul strength. So he told me not to refine with full strength. I followed his method and really refined a tier 2 medicinal pill. Although what was refined is only the lowest tier 2 medicinal pill, at least it succeeded. Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me he's not out yet. Feng Zhiro still had not sensed the unusual atmosphere and carried on talking by herself. Feng Ruoqing, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu, and Sun Jiaming exchanged glances and saw the wordless shock in each other's eyes. Casually gave a few pointers, and he could make Feng Zhiro advance to alchemy master? Just what kind of monster was this Yi Yuan? Right now, the Alchemist Association's training room was already packed with people. 2 spirit condensation realm martial artists stood in the center of the training room. They were the martial artists who would test this transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill. Testing a medicinal pill's effects was a highly dangerous matter. That was because body knew what kind of consequence would result from eating the medicinal pill. However, testing a very mature medicinal pill, such as the strengthening pill, would not be too dangerous. Furthermore, the medicinal effects of a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill would only make someone stronger. It naturally would not cause any harm to a martial artist's body. These 2 martial artists were decided after an intense debate. One was called Chenghua, while the other was called Zhu Chang. Chenghua was at the 1st level spirit condensation realm, while Zhu Chang was at the 5th level spirit condensation realm. There was a difference of 4 minor cultivation realms between the 2 of them, which also meant a minor stage gap. This gap was huge. It was highly difficult to jump ranks and battle within the spirit condensation realm. It was because the difference was very large even between 1 minor cultivation realm, not to mention 4 minor cultivation realms. A tier 2 strengthening pill, even if it was a high-grade tier 2 strengthening pill, could not allow a 1st level spirit condensation realm martial artist to defeat a 2nd level spirit condensation realm even after the partial strengthening, unless the 2nd level spirit condensation realm stood still there for him to hit. However, body had ever tried a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill's effects. Hence, as a precautionary measure, the powerful Zhu Chang was chosen to be the sandbag to avoid accidental injuries. Zhu Chang's mission was to stand there and take an attack head-on from Chenghua. Even so, Zhu Chang did not feel that Chenghua could hurt him. The difference between them was not something that could be breached using medicinal pills. Even if it was a transcendent grade medicinal pill, under everyone's eyes, Chenghua consumed the transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill which Yi Yuan refined. Many people were envious of Chenghua. He was the first martial artist in the state of Qin to consume a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill. How's the feeling of eating a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill? Zhu Chang asked with a laugh. Cheng Hua, who initially had his eyes closed to sense the medicinal strength, opened his eyes and flashed Zhu Chang a smile. I feel him full of power. I'm attacking. Be careful, brother Zhu. Zhu Chang also gave a laugh as he said boldly, come on. Even a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill can't compensate for the enormous difference in cultivation realms. Cheng Hua did not waste his breath and threw a punch. A single fist struck out, and then there was silence. Chapter 68. Off from a single fist. Chapter 68. Off from a single fist, Zhu Chang really became a sandbag. He was punched away flying like one. Zhu Chang flew over 30 meters before he barely managed to stop. His face was pale like paper, and a line of fresh blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he suffered internal injuries that were not light. Cheng Hua looked at his fist, and then looked at Zhu Chang blankly. Did I really unleash that fist just now? Cheng Hua felt like he was dreaming. Just now, when the medicinal pill reached his stomach, he casually directed the medicinal strength into his right arm, following which he felt his right arm surged with a violent strength. This surging strength made him feel like he had to expend it. In accordance with the prior arrangement, Cheng Hua did not use any martial techniques. Just a simple punch. But this simple punch managed to injure a 5th-level spirit condensation realm expert. Brother Zhu, are you okay? Cheng Hua did not have any intention of hurting anyone, but the fact was he had injured Zhu Chang. That's still all right. Zhu Chang did not expect the strengthened punch to be so incredibly powerful to actually injure him. Of course, this punch did not cause him any substantial injuries. After all, Cheng Hua did not use any martial technique, so this strength naturally was not fully unleashed. The defensive might of a 5th-level spirit condensation realm was highly terrifying. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to harm a 5th-level spirit condensation realm, even if he ate medicinal pills. Yet now, Cheng Hua truly injured him. Currently, Zhu Chang was terrified. Luckily, just now, they stipulated not to use martial techniques. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he could even stand up straight right now. Zhu Chang did not underestimate him just because he was a 1st-level spirit condensation realm. In fact, he already used the bulk of his essence energy to block. Cheng Hua injured him under this kind of circumstance. Quick, let Zhu Chang take this medicinal pill. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu was the first to react, and the first thing he did was to treat Zhu Chang's injuries. A transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill is actually this horrifying. It actually allowed a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to injure a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Sun Jiaming muttered under his breath. This was his first time witnessing the might of a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. That scene just now was too astonish. H.I.+ing. This was not some small-scale fight like back then with Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping. Cheng Hua and Zhu Chang were both spirit condensation realm experts. Wanting to jump ranks to battle was too hard. That's right. That's to say, if a 1st-level spirit condensation realm possessed such a transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill, they would be able to jump ranks to defeat a 5th-level spirit condensation realm expert under specific conditions. As for 4th-level spirit condensation realm, there's virtually no chance of survival under that blow. Just now, Sun Jiaming stated his A lysis. After he finished speaking, Sun Jiaming also jumped in fright at his lysis. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. If this sort of medicinal pills could be S produced, then wouldn't cultivation realms become a joke? It was true that even with this medicinal pill, it would be very challenging for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to defeat a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. The effects of the strengthening pill was only partial strengthening and would not increase the martial artist's overall strength. Theoretically, it could let him kill a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. However, The required conditions were too harsh. It was virtually impossible in actual combat. But even so, the significance of a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was too great. That was because once someone consumed such a medicinal pill, it would be possible for a first-level spirit condensation realm to jump ranks and challenge a second-level spirit condensation realm, or even a third-level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, it would become a common sight. If that happened, cultivation would indeed become a joke. A person trained bitterly to advance one minor cultivation realm, and it was inferior to other people that ate a single medicinal pill. Don't joke around. How can this sort of medicinal pills be S produced? Our state of Qin has been established for so many years, and hasn't only this one transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill appeared so far? Sun Jiaming shook his head and said, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu thought the same as well. Yi Yuan was indeed monstrous, but it was most likely impossible to make him S produce transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills. However, at this moment Feng Ruoqing voiced out, both elders, don't forget, Yi Yuan is only at the 4th level essence Qi realm right now. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming trembled. That was right. Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level essence Qi realm. If he rose a few more minor cultivation realms, maybe even after crossing the threshold called spirit condensation realm, would refining transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills still be hard? Yin-yang separation flow technique at the legendary realm lowered the soul strength requirement to the minimum. Even if Yi Yuan's soul strength after advancing to the spirit condensation realm was insufficient to advance to alchemy master, would refining transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills not be like playing for him? W.A.N. Ji Jinfu suddenly realized that Yi Yuan held extraordinary significance to the entire state of Qin. That was because in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world, only he alone could refine transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pills. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's face suddenly turned icy. The aura of a spirit condensation realm spread out, making everyone present feel tremendous pressure. All of you here listen up. Body is allowed to go out and spread about the matter of Yi Yuan refining a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill today. Everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath right now. Chairman Sun and I will supervise you all. Of course, you can choose not to swear, but I can't guarantee that you'll be able to walk out of the Alchemist Association. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu warned grimly. What? Heavenly Tao oath? You want us to swear a heavenly Tao oath? Based on what? W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's words immediately drew some people's ire. Heavenly Tao oath was different from ordinary oaths. Once a heavenly Tao oath was sworn, one could not violate it for life. Otherwise, the heavens would smite them dead, regardless of whether in the divine realm or in the lower realms. A body could go against a heavenly Tao oath. Wan Yuan was also present. Currently, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He originally came here today, wanting to show off. Who would have thought that all the limelight would be S.N.A.T.C. head away by Yi Yuan alone? Wan Yuan did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan knew alchemy, but he was also even monstrous to such a degree. After watching the might of Cheng Hua's fist, he made the decision that he would definitely spread what happened today after he left. He believed that there would be many forces interested in Yi Yuan, but now this plan fell through. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu actually forced everyone to swear a heavenly Tao oath. Zhu Cheng, Cheng Hua, the two of you lead everyone in swearing the heavenly Tao oath. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu commanded. Yes, these two people belong to the Alchemist Association from the start, so they obviously had to listen to W.A.N. Ji Jinfu's orders. And Master, do I have to swear too? I won't spread it. Gritting his teeth, Wan Yuan opened his mouth to ask. And Ji Jinfu had long forgotten about this convenient disciple and did not expect him to jump out by himself now. So he said coldly, even Feng Er and Qi Yun have to swear. Are you more special than them? Ji Jinfu was a genuine spirit condensation realm expert. Under his powerful pressure, Wan Yuan felt that his consciousness was about to collapse. I swear. Yi Yuan's words made Ji Jinfu come to realize the truth. He was already thoroughly disgusted with Wan Yuan. If not for Ji Donghai's face, he would definitely teach Wan Yuan a lesson. Just like that, under Ji Jinfu's coercion, everyone swore a heavenly Tao oath. Except himself, Sun Jianming, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Zhiro. Even though everyone was furious about this arrangement, body dared to come forward. This was a world where the strong reigned supreme, and the alchemist association was too strong. Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Early morning, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion started their business as usual, except it remained deserted like before. Feng San sat on a wooden armchair and held a book as he leisurely read. He was bored out of his mind these past few days. He worked in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion for so many years, and it was always so busy that it made him dizzy. He constantly wanted to find time to relax. Now that he actually had free time, Feng San felt completely uncomfortable. His eyes were on the book, but his heart was not. What made Feng San curious was about young Master Yi Yuan. Yesterday, after he came back from the alchemist test, he was utterly exhausted. What medicinal pill did he refine to be so drained? What made him even more curious was that halfway through the night, Yi Yuan came out full of vigor. He even recovered most of his essence energy. Afterward, young Master brought Lure back to the Danwu Academy that very night. Did young Master get into trouble again and return to the academy to avoid a disaster? But young Master went to the Alchemist Association yesterday. He could not have turned the Alchemist Association upside down, right? The more Feng San thought about it, the more he felt it was so. With young Master's former personality, he could seriously do something like that. Did young Master get well for a few days and went back to his old habits again? Just as Feng San's imagination was running wild, several old men entered the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Even though the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business had become slow, there were still some people coming and going. After all, they conducted business fairly. Feng San did not pay any heed to the few people who came in and continued staring blankly at the book in his hands. There were naturally attendants to take care of these small matters. Are you the shopkeeper? The three of us wish to request an interview with Mr. Yi Hang about something. Please, Pa S. The word, one of the old men said. Only then did Feng San gave him a glance lazily. But this glance made him jump in shock because the 3 stars on these 3 old men's chests were too blinding. 2 of the old men had red color badges on their chest, while the 3-star badge of the old man in the center was actually golden. 3 alchemy grandmasters came here together. The Alchemist Association would distinguish alchemists of the same star by using color. Blue as low rank, red as middle rank, and golden as high rank. In the entire state of Qin, only one person possessed a golden badge. That person was the Alchemist Association's Lord Chairman, Wu Daofeng. The ident. 1. Ties of the other 2 people were almost certainly Deputy Chairman Ji Jinfu and Deputy Chairman Sun Jianming. The 3 major heads with the greatest weight in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world came forth together. What major event happened? Feng San hastily got up, went in front of the 3 to give a deep bow, and he asked respectfully, "This lowly one welcomes the 3 lords. May I ask why the 3 lords are looking for the owner?" "Oh, you know who we are." Ji Jinfu felt very pleased with Feng San's attitude. Feng San hurriedly said, "You must be joking, my lord. Even though this lowly one has never seen the three lords, I still have some knowledge. Who could don those badges other than the three lords? Huh, this shopkeeper is indeed very considerate. No wonder Mr. Yi Hang placed you in an important position. The three of us came here for Yi Yuan, and we wish to meet with your boss. Could you pass the message? W. N. Ji Jinfu was very courteous with his words, but Feng San's mind was blown. Recalling Yi Yuan's unusual action yesterday night, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. That rascal really acted up again. This time around, even Lord Wu Daofeng personally came to call him to account. Yi Yuan was poking a hole in the sky. Wu Daofeng had always been living a secluded life. Just how much trouble did that punk, Yi Yuan, cause to alarm this major figure? The Drunken Star Manor's issue already left them bruised and battered. Now, there was the Alchemist A.S. Association. Did the heavens really want the fragrant medicine pavilion to perish? Wu Daofeng kept quiet all this time, but seeing Feng San S.P. see out, he could not help asking, "Shopkeeper, is there any difficulty?" Feng San recovered from his stupor, and then he pulled a long face and said, "My apologies, three lords. Our owner entered a death seclusion a few days ago. I'm afraid he won't be coming out soon." After saying that, Feng San's heart palpitated and could not resist sneaking a peek at Wu Daofeng. He discovered that the three of them exchanged glances, which revealed a deep disappointment. Feng San was a little curious. Looking at the three of them, it did not look like they were here to confront. But if they did not come to confront about something, then why did the three of them come together? Feng San was utterly baffled. Then, is your young master, Yi Yuan, around? We can also look for him. Right then, W. A. N. Ji Jinfu opened his mouth. Feng San felt a little guilty as he gave in. Three lords, young master returned to the academy yesterday night. The three people exchanged looks again. W. A. N. Ji Jinfu shook his head and sighed. Looks like that punk is intentionally hiding from us. How can that fellow, Jiang Yunhe, let Yi Yuan go after he returns to the academy? Wu Daofeng seemed to be pondering, but no one knew what he was thinking about either. After some time, he said, "Shopkeeper, don't let your imagination run wild. We actually came here today to deliver Yi Yuan's badge. You pass," said the Alchemist A.S. Association's test yesterday. Since he's not around, then we will pass the badge to you. I have a trouble shopkeeper to personally go down and deliver this to Yi Yuan's hands. When Feng San heard deliver badge, he immediately relaxed. So young master really became promising to have pass, said the alchemy apprentice test. At least the owner had a successor now. However, he quickly grew suspicious again. It was just a badge. Why would it trouble the three major heads of the A.S. Association to personally deliver it? Was delivering the badge a pretense, and finding the owner to discuss a major matter was the actual intent instead? Thinking about it, there was only this possibility. After all, Yi Yuan was a junior. There was no way the three major heads would be dispatched. Although Yi Hang was not qualified yet, because of the Drunken Star Manor's essence gathering pill, the entire situation in the capital had become abnormal. It was also understandable for these three major figures to come and find Yi Hang. After all, Yi Hang was also an alchemy grandmaster, an important figure in the capital. Connecting the dots, Feng San felt like he finally understood the other party's purpose of visit. He quickly said, "No trouble at all. To be of service for the three lords is this lowly one's honor. I will go to the Danwu Academy right away and personally hand this badge over to young master." "Jinfu, give the badge to the shopkeeper," Wu Daofeng said calmly. Why don't we go down personally? In case W. A.N. Ji Jinfu did not take out the badge right away and was somewhat hesitant. No need. The A.S. Association has never interfered with local affairs. We can't break this rule. With our status, it's not appropriate for us to appear at the Danwu Academy. Don't worry. In terms of alchemy, Who can compare to the alchemist Ace Association? Wu Daofeng said. W-A-N-G. Jean Fu's eyes lit up. Lord Chairman is still more foresight. This old one understands. Finest. H-I. Plussing his words. W-A-N-G. Jean Fu retrieved the badge, and then he handed it over to Feng San. He said, "We have to trouble you, shopkeeper. However, please don't reveal this matter of you delivering the badge. Although this matter can't be hidden for long, every moment counts." Feng San was confused. It was just an alchemy apprentice badge. Why were these lords taking it so seriously? Was this not blowing things out of proportion? However, when his two eyes landed on the badge in Jean Fu's hands, they became wide circles as his eyes were involuntarily glued to the badge, only to see that 2 stars were sewn on that blue color badge. Isn't this an alchemy master's badge? Was there a mistake? Chapter 70, Denied Entrance. Chapter 70, Denied Entrance what? You're saying that Yi Yuan Pa S said the alchemy master test with his 4th level essence Qi realm strength? Jiang Yunhe had not lost his composure like this for a long time, but the news brought by Feng Ruoqing overwhelmed him. Yes, not only did he Pa S the low-rank alchemy master test, he even refined a transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill during the test. Upon testing, a 1st-level spirit condensation realm after consuming the pill would possess the strength to threaten a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Feng Ruoqing seemed like she would not give up until she shocked people to death with her words. Transcendent grade, tier 2. Medicinal pill, F1st-level spirit condensation realm threatening a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Jiang Yunhe's brain short-circuited. What Feng Ruoqing said had completely said his understanding. Feng Ruoqing wanted to laugh, watching Jiang Yunhe lose composure in such a manner. She had been here at the Danwu Academy for several years, but had never seen Jiang Yunhe in this state. Could it be that Yi Yuan was born with a powerful soul strength that already reached the alchemy master realm? After some time, Jiang Yunhe finally asked. But Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "That's not it. His soul strength isn't that strong. It's only slightly stronger than the average person. He could refine a tier 2 medicinal pill because he used the yin-yang separation flow technique." SSSSS. Yin-yang separation flow technique. Even if it's the yin-yang separation flow technique, isn't this a little too exaggerated? Truth be told, Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique has already reached the legendary stage. Even now, when Feng Ruoqing said this, she felt that it was inconceivable. Legendary stage, that by itself was a legend. It was virtually impossible to reach that stage. Even those old people who lost all their teeth in the Alchemist AS Association did not manage to train any alchemy technique to the legendary stage, let alone the even more challenging yin-yang separation flow technique. Jiang Yunhe, who was already shocked until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, was shocked once more. He stared at Feng Ruoqing for some time before confirming that she did not lie. Just what lucky encounter did this Yi Yuan had? Isn't this too unbelievable? Feng Ruoqing seemed to be well prepared. He obviously won't reveal this sort of thing, but my guess is there should be an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan, and it's impossible for that person to be his father. The way I see it, this alchemist is definitely not limited to the Alchemy King realm. Jiang Yunhe paced about to digest the news that Feng Ruoqing brought back. It seemed that Feng Ruoqing's guess should be the closest to the truth. Otherwise, it could not explain how Yi Yuan possessed such monstrous alchemic talent at such a young age. After a long time, Jiang Yunhe said, "Such a figure is too terrifying. It's best to not provoke. It's just that I don't understand. Since Yi Yuan has such an incredible master, why would he come to the Danwu Academy?" Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "I also thought about this question. Most likely, it's to train his disciple. There is this possibility. You said W-A-N-G Jean Fu and Sun Jiaming, Those two geezers also knows about this. They definitely won't let Yi Yuan go. Come, let's quickly find Yi Yuan. As he was saying this, Jiang Yunhe wanted to rush out. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, "Relax, Dean. After returning to the academy, I'd already visited the fragrant medicine pavilion. Yi Yuan has already returned to the academy during the night." Lord Chairman Wu Daofeng brought the two deputy chairmen in vain. Grandmaster Yi Heng is also coincidentally in a closed-door seclusion, so the three of them returned empty-handed. Finally, they could only request the fragrant medicine pavilion shopkeeper, Feng San, to deliver the badge to the academy. Jiang Yunhe let out a huge sigh of relief. Laughing out loud, he then said, "Ha ha, to think old man Wu would actually be denied entrance. I think his face back then would have been very interesting." Yi Yuan must have definitely predicted this situation. That's why he rushed back through the night. It looks like his feelings for the academy is very deep. Since Yi Yuan's back at the academy, quickly bring him to see me. No, I'll personally go visit him. Jiang Yunhe brought Feng Ruoqing to Yi Yuan's residence and did not alarm other people. Personally visiting a student with his status would definitely cause a huge uproar in the academy. Except, Jiang Yunhe did not manage to meet with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan entered the training room after returning to the academy. But Jiang Yunhe saw Lu Er and Feng San at Yi Yuan's residence. However, they did not recognize Jiang Yunhe. Lu Er was very familiar with Feng Ruoqing though. "Teacher Feng is here to look for young master?" "Yeah, didn't he come back yesterday night? Where is he?" Young master said that he felt he was going to break through, so he entered a closed-door seclusion right away after returning. Shopkeeper Feng San didn't get to see him either. Jiang Yunhe was stunned. What breakthrough? This rascal was clearly hiding from everyone. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 4th level Essence Chi realm. How could it be possible for another breakthrough so soon? Even though Yi Yuan's breakthroughs previously were indeed fast, but for every increment in cultivation realm in the Essence Chi realm, the difficulty would also become greater. How could it be so easy to break through from the 4th level Essence Chi realm to the 5th level Essence Chi realm? Furthermore, even if he broke through, his cultivation realm rose too quickly would inevitably affect future cultivation growth. This way of doing things was just not worth it. There was such a powerful teacher behind Yi Yuan. How could he possibly make such a low-level mistake? Hence, Yi Yuan must definitely be hiding from everyone. This brat caused such a huge upheaval, yet he hid himself and avoided meeting anyone. How irresponsible. Jiang Yunhe felt very depressed. He came to visit a junior with his status and was actually denied entrance. Just now, he was still laughing at Wu Daofeng. He did not think that karma would strike instantly, and it was his turn so soon. But one had to acknowledge that a closed-door seclusion was an excellent excuse. When martial artists were cultivating, it was taboo for them to be interrupted during closed seclusion. Even if Jiang Yunhe was the dean, he also could not casually interrupt Yi Yuan's closed-door seclusion. Feng Ruoqing did not expect this result either, and so she said helplessly, "Then, forgive our disturbance, Miss Lu Er. If Yi Yuan exits seclusion, could Miss Lu Er please tell him to look for the Lord Dean at the back of the mountain, Cloudwave Court?" Lu Er blinked her eyes and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Feng. Lu Er will remember." Lu Er was naive and did not understand Feng Ruoqing's meaning. However, Feng San was proficient in the ways of the world. His entire body quivered when he heard this, and his eyes sneaked a peek at Jiang Yunhe. Initially, he only faintly felt how powerful this person was, but at this moment, he was able to guess Jiang Yunhe's identity. One time, Feng San did not expect the dignified Danwu Academy's dean would come to look for Yi Yuan personally. Recalling this morning where Lord Wu Daofeng also visited personally to deliver the badge, Feng San was incomparably shocked. Ever since he received the badge in the morning, Feng San knew that Wu Daofeng did not come to look for Yi Heng. They came to look for Yi Yuan, having been the fragrant medicine pavilion shopkeeper for so many years, and, body was clearer than him about what a 4th level essence Chi realm alchemy master meant. The two most powerful, most influential big shots went so far as to personally visit his young master. Who? Watching Jiang Yunhe and Feng Ru watching in the distance, Feng San let out a long breath. Young Master Yi Yuan really could not compare with the past. He had already gone from his silk pants to becoming a top genius in the entire state of Qin. Even major figures like Jiang Yunhe and Wu Daofeng were fighting to win over his young master. "O Lu'er, our family's young master Yi Yuan has finally become capable." Feng San sighed emotionally. But Lu'er pouted her lips, and she said with a smile, "Young master has already been amazing. It's just that you all misunderstood him in the past." Feng San looked at Lu'er speechlessly. Chapter 71. A Scheme. Chapter 71. A Scheme. It was true that Yi Yuan was hiding from everyone. However, he was really in a closed-door seclusion. Since his fourth-level essence Qi realm cultivation had already been consolidated, he could not wait to increase his strength. Yi Yuan's essence energy was thoroughly exhausted in refining the Tier 2 medicinal pill. It was indeed an incredible burden on his body. Presently, Yi Yuan was recovering his exhausted essence energy in order to adjust himself to his peak condition. Following that, he planned to take transcendent-grade essence Qi pills to break through to the 6th-level essence Qi realm in one stroke. Of course, the amount of time required to break through to the 6th-level essence Qi realm could not be compared with back then from the 1st-level essence Qi realm to the 3rd-level essence Qi realm. The second stage of the essence Qi realm. Every time one's cultivation realm rose, the essence energy required also increased by a large quant. One time, although Yi Yuan had sufficient transcendent-grade essence Qi pills, he still needed time to digest them. In addition, what he trained in was the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang Divine Art, so the essence energy expended was several times of the average person. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He had plenty of time. He'll be in closed-door seclusion for a few days, first to let those people get busy and leave him alone. Jiang Yunhe was certainly very busy. After failing to meet Yi Yuan, he left the Danwu Academy. In reality, Jiang Yunhe had always been busy. He actually spent very little time in the academy. Body knew what he went out to do. He happened to be back at the academy these few days and found out that such a dazzling new star rose within a month. However, Yi Yuan required time to grow no matter how talented he was. After all, he was only at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. As long as Yi Yuan was in the Danwu Academy, Jiang Yunhe need not worry about this genius running away. Since Yi Yuan chose the Danwu Academy, it was impossible for Wu Daofeng to come to the Danwu Academy personally to headhunt people. After making it through the initial shock and having thought through this part, Jiang Yunhe naturally had to get busy with his own matters. There was no way he would wait here specifically for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Yet at this time, Lu'er welcomed an unexpected guest. Someone who claimed to be a student from the Academy's General Affairs Department was looking for her. This junior apprentice sister is Lu'er, the student's ATTI. Tude was very haughty. Lu'er was a little perplexed, but she still responded, "Yes. May I ask who this senior apprentice brother is?" "I'm a student manager from the General Affairs Departments. The name's Zhang Heng." "So, it's senior apprentice brother Zhang Heng. I wonder if you're looking for Lu'er for something?" Although Lu'er was innocent, she was not dumb. This Zhang Heng would not find her for no reason, and looking at his ATTI, Tude did not seem to be friendly. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, "Of course I'm finding you for something. Since you already said the entry advancement test and became the Academy's yellow rank student, why didn't you report to the General Affairs Department?" Lu'er was at a loss. She never knew there was such a rule. One still had to report to the General Affairs Department after becoming the Academy's student. "Please overlook it, senior apprentice brother. Lu'er has just been admitted, and there are still many things that I don't know. It's just, why must I report to the department after becoming a yellow rank student?" Lu'er asked neither haughtily nor humbly. Zhang Heng gave a cold smile and said, "Such a large Danwu Academy is accommodating for so many students. Are we just going to sit idle and eat? Since we became the Academy's students, we naturally have to help out in the Academy. Hence, all yellow rank students who pass said the entry advancement test have to do 1 month of miscellaneous tasks. This is the Academy's rule. You became the Academy's student, but instead of learning the Academy's rules properly, you even want other people to help you complete your miscellaneous jobs. Simply shameless. This Zhang Heng did not lie. There was really such a rule in the Danwu Academy, but it was a little too much to speak to a girl like this. Furthermore, Lu'er did not neglect work on purpose. She really did not know anything. She had only arrived at the Academy for several days, so even if she was absent from work, it was not a big deal. Zhang Heng was obviously here to find fault. Lu'er did not feel anything about doing a month of chores, except Yi Yuan was currently in a closed-door seclusion. If he exited seclusion and could not find her, he would definitely be worried. Can Senior Apprentice Brother allow me to wait for a few days? My young master is currently in a closed-door seclusion, and if he can't find me when he exits, he will definitely get worried. After my young master leaves seclusion, I will definitely report to the General Affairs, Lu'er requested cautiously. Who would have thought that Zhang Heng would rage after hearing that? What a joke. Who do you think your young master is? Is he bigger than the Academy's rules? You've already delayed for several days. How many more days do you want to delay? Every new student will be recorded in the books, and they would have the initiative to do their job. Are you the only exception? Hearing Zhang Heng verbally insulted her young master, Lu'er was so angry that tears were pooling in her eyes. But she knew that young master still had 1 yuan, an opponent in the Academy, and so she did not want to cause trouble for him. Hence, she held back her tears and said, Lu'er requests Senior Apprentice Brother to allow a few days' grace. I will definitely report there. At that time, even if you arrange 2 months of chores for me, I won't mind. However, Zhang Heng did not seem to have any intention of being tender towards women. He smiled coldly and said, Anyway, I've already informed you. It's your call whether you go or not. But I will say the nasty things first. If I don't see you report at the General Affairs today, then don't blame me for reporting this matter to the instructor. In accordance with the Academy's rules, you can just wait to be expelled. Hearing the word expelled, Lu'er shuddered. Young master was currently like the noon sun. If she were expelled, then would it not make young master a laughingstock? That was definitely not a result that Lu'er wanted to see. Without question, this word struck Lu'er's weak point. Seeing Lu'er's restless look, a ruminating look could be seen in Zhang Heng's eyes. What has it got to do with me after your young master comes out? It's because I know that he's in a closed-door seclusion. That's why I came to look for you and cause trouble. Zhang Heng was laughing coldly in his heart. Zhang Heng pretended to have lost his patience, turned around, and was about to leave. Looking at the situation, Lu'er did not dare to delay. She quickly called out, Wait, Senior Apprentice Brother. I will go with you to the General Affairs. It's just, can you let me leave a note for my young master? One had to acknowledge that Lu'er was overly innocent. She even thought that this Zhang Heng was an upright and outspoken person, which was why he came to find her. Who would have known that he was scheming and came to find trouble? If Lu'er secretly left a token or note, then Yi Yuan would know what happened. But now that she told Zhang Heng she wanted to leave a note, how could Zhang Heng allow her to do that? Zhang Heng said impatiently, If you are leaving, then just go. Why are there so many things? I'm leaving. Handle it by yourself. Finus. Plus-ing. He really turned around and left. Lu'er hesitated for a moment and returned to the house to leave a note before going. Of course, Lu'er was not aware that Yi Yuan would not see her note. Yi Yuan was completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. He was currently at the critical juncture of salting the 5th level essence chi realm. He threw transcendent grade essence chi pills into his mouth like they were sweets and continuously refined the medicinal strength with the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The essence energy within his dantian became increasingly abundant, and he got closer and closer to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. Finally, Yi Yuan burst through the barrier in one shot, and he broke through to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. Ho, at this rate, these Essence Chi pills aren't even enough. This stupid cultivation law is too voracious. This is still the Essence Chi realm, and the consumption is already multiple times greater than the average person's. Want to be L at the spirit condensation realm? Old dad might be rich, but even he can't sustain this torment. Yi Yuan watched the transcendent grade essence Chi pills being sively depleted. He could not resist criticizing the spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Chapter 72. Lin Tianqing's Plan. Chapter 72. Lin Tianqing's Plan. 2 days later, in a medicine garden behind the mountain, a young lady dressed in green was currently weeding. There were many dirt stains on the young lady's face, and her hair was also disordered. Sweat beads dripped down her forehead, and her clothing also was somewhat in tatters. She looked very pitiful. However, this young lady's face gave out a stubborn expression as she continued to grit her teeth and persevere. This young lady was precisely Lu Er, who was forced to come here by Zhang Heng. She had basically been slogging in the medicine garden for the past 2 days without stopping. The formerly dainty and exquisite Lu Er was gone, and what replaced it was a haggard face full of exhaustion. Weeding was not a very tiring job for martial artists. Even if they did not rest or sleep for several days, they would not end up like this. However, weeding in the medicine garden was not such a relaxing job. The weeds in the spiritual fields were very deeply rooted because of nourishment from the thick heaven and earth essence energy. One had to utilize essence energy to remove them. Like this, weeding became hard labor. There was no one willing to do this job in the academy. Hence, they would let those newbies who just enter the academy do this sort of things. In reality, the majority of those doing these CHORES were commoners. The aristocrats just have to bribe a little, and they would be easily exempted. Zhang Heng used Lu Er avoiding her tasks as an excuse to arrange a much heavier workload for her compared to the others. Lu Er had virtually zero rest during these 2 days, but she only finished less than half of her workload. Due to her continuously expending her essence energy these 2 days, Lu Er's stamina was already depleted. That was why she appeared so fatigued. 2 youths were currently sipping tea and chatting in the small pavilion overlooking the medicine garden. They looked very pleased. Senior apprentice brother Lin. This junior apprentice brother can't bear to torment such a dainty and cute beauty like this. Zhang Heng shook his head and sighed. However, there was no trace of unwillingness on his facial expression. The youth sitting opposite him was precisely Lin Tianqing. And finding trouble for Lu Er was something he single-handed engineered. In the Danwu Academy, there were very few heaven-ranked students, and their status was extremely aloof. Generally speaking, the academy would not arrange for them to do anything specific. They just had to cultivate diligently. All of the CHORES in the academy were mostly handled by the Earth-ranked students. Just like Zhao Chunyang, he was sent out by the General Affairs Department to stand guard over the scripture library. Hence, the authority of the department was actually quite significant. There were plenty of ways to mess with people. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the head student of the General Affairs Department was Lin Tianqing. Apart from instructor who did not involve himself too much, Lin Tianqing's authority was the highest. Ever since he was humiliated by Yi Yuan at the illusionary spirit tower, and with Lu Ruoxue inciting things by the side, Lin Tianqing started to resent Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently like the noon sun in the academy, so naturally he did not dare to seek Yi Yuan out. But it was not hard to find trouble with Lu Er. 2 days ago, he heard that Yi Yuan happened to enter a closed-door seclusion, so he found a reason to send Zhang Heng over to find trouble with Lu Er and instructed her to remove weeds in the medicine garden. Lin Tianqing sipped his tea and smiled as he said, "Don't pretend to be a bodhisattva with me, as if I don't know you. I'll let you take charge of this medicine garden, and D knows how many girls you have harmed." Would you pity this young La SS? Hearing this, Zhang Heng laughed and said, "This is all thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's care. That's why when Senior Apprentice Brother Lin came to look for me, I didn't say a word and just did it." Lin Tianqing nodded approvingly and said, "At least you were sensible, punk. I'm very pleased with the way this matter was dealt with. You can do whatever you want with that chick. No need to give me any face." When Zhang Heng heard this, a trace of wickedness flickered across his eyes, and he asked, "Really?" "Of course it's real. I really want to see what kind of expression Yi Yuan would have after he exits seclusion only to see that his maidservant was violated." Lin Tianqing's eyes filled with hatred when he mentioned Yi Yuan. That day at the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan made him completely lose face. Afterward, many students secretly spread about what happened that day, which greatly diminished his prestige among the Earth rank students. This was the reason why he wanted to take revenge so badly. Zhang Heng was thrilled. Since that's the case, then I, Junior Apprentice Brother, won't stand on ceremony. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin really gave this little brother a huge gift. Even though this girl is young, in terms of appearance, she is outstanding. It's just, I'm afraid that Yi Yuan would come to find me after exiting seclusion. Lin Tianqing looked at Zhang Heng calmly and said with a cold smile, "No matter how powerful that Yi Yuan is, he's only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. You are at any rate a 9th level Essence Qi realm. Are you still scared of him? If he confronts you, then just let him come. When that happens, give him a brutal beating. You can help me vent this frustration at the same time. By the time he grows up, you would have graduated already. Why be scared of him?" Zhang Heng gave heavy praises when he heard it. "Haha, it's still Senior Apprentice Brother Lin who have great foresight. You've already considered everything. I'm somewhat looking forward to Yi Yuan's furious and exasperated expression now." Finest. H.I. Plusing, Lin Tianqing and Zhang Heng exchanged glances and started laughing in unison. Lin Tianqing was naturally unaware of Yi Yuan's performance in the illusionary spirit tower. He thought that he overconfidently challenged the Earth rank advancement test and ended up being instantly killed. He also thought that Yi Yuan had just barely made it past the black rank advancement test. Hence, the way he saw it, Yi Yuan at most had the strength of an 8th level Essence Qi realm. Zhang Heng might be older, but he was already a veteran 9th level Essence Qi realm who similarly had the ability to jump ranks in battle. So it was obvious he could not lose to Yi Yuan. This seclusion of Yi Yuan lasted 4 days. Presently, the essence energy in Yi Yuan's Dantian was surging as he impacted the 6th level Essence Qi realm bottleneck repeatedly. Yi Yuan had already broken through to the 5th level Essence Qi realm 3 days ago. After consolidating his cultivation realm a little, Yi Yuan continued eating transcendent grade Essence Qi pills to impact the 6th level Essence Qi realm. To him, there was not much difference between the 5th level Essence Qi realm and the 6th level Essence Qi realm. It was just how many transcendent grade Essence Qi pills he needed to consume. Yi Yuan consumed transcendent grade Essence Qi pills nonstop and repeatedly tempered the essence energy using the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Finally, after consuming several hundred transcendent grade Essence Qi pills, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level Essence Qi realm in one stroke. Yi Yuan felt like his entire body was bursting with strength after breaking through 2 cultivation realms consecutively. A feeling of discomfort had arisen unless he used his strength. Revolving his essence energy, Yi Yuan struck out a palm. The air in the training room was compressed to its limits by the power of his palm and gave off a puff-puff explosive sound. Boom! A large hole was dented into the wall of the training room. This big hole was way larger than the first time he used the stacking waves layered palm. It was an attack on an entirely different level. The walls of the training room were special. It could perfectly withstand a peak-level spirit condensation realm martial artist's full blow. It could be seen just how terrifying Yi Yuan's attack power was to be able to smash such a large hole in the wall. Oh, If I enter the illusionary spirit tower again and use the 8th layer wave, I should be able to kill 3 black-robed martial artists, right? Hee hee. After I break through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm, I will go to the illusionary spirit tower to try it out. Yi Yuan looked at the big hole in the wall and muttered to himself. It should have already been 4 or 5 days. I wonder what happened outside. If I still don't go out, Lu'er will be worried. Time to exit seclusion. Chapter 73. Lu'er in danger. Chapter 73. Lu'er in danger. Lu'er bent down to pull out the weeds beneath the herbs. These weeds were incredibly stubborn. Each one would make Lu'er expend a great deal of strength to remove. Even so, Lu'er did not make any complaint these past few days. She did not wish to cause trouble for young master and did not want to smear dirt on young master's face anymore. The first 2 days, Lu'er's weeding speed was still very fast. But the next 2 days, her speed suddenly fell. It was because the essence energy in her body was drained. Every now and then, Lu'er had to meditate for a while to recover essence energy. But this essence energy was used up again very quickly. Like this, her weeding speed became drastically slower. 2 days ago, she had already completed nearly half of it, but the next 2 days, she only finished 70%, and she was getting increasingly slower. Lu'er's stamina had already been overexhausted far too much. Her upper eyelid and lower eyelid had been trembling all these while. Only an obsessive thought compelled her forward. All of a sudden, a pair of feet appeared in Lu'er's sight. Lu'er's face lit up, and she could not resist lifting her head up to see. But she was greatly disappointed after looking up. The person who came was not young master, but that hateful senior apprentice, Brother Zhang. Zhang Heng saw Lu'er's disappointed expression and smiled coldly as he said, "Why? Didn't see the person you wished to see?" Lu'er kept silent. Zhang Heng was very displeased with Lu'er's attitude and flew into a rage. "Humph! I assigned you the task to get rid of the weeds, but you only completed 70% of it until now. Did you leave so much for me to help you do?" Lu'er wiped the sweat from her forehead, and she said weakly, I'm already working very hard. Just give me one more day, senior apprentice brother. I can definitely complete it." "1 day? I think even if I gave you 3 days, you also can't complete it. Such a small task, and you can't even complete it in 4 or 5 days. You must be slacking off." Zhang Heng snorted coldly. Lu'er hurriedly shook her head. "I didn't. I'm really working very hard at weeding." "Hee. I will naturally know whether you are working hard or not. It's useless for you to argue. To punish you for slacking, you have to weed another stretch of the medicine garden." Lu'er froze when she heard that. "What? Weed another stretch of the medicine garden? I. You don't want to do it? If you don't want to do it, then fine. Go back, pack your stuff, and be prepared to get lost from the academy." Zhang Heng did not intend to show any sympathy towards a girl. But you already don't have any more strength to do, right?" Zhang Heng suddenly smiled and said. Lu'er nodded feebly. "If you don't want to do it, fine, but you have to promise me something." Zhang Heng suddenly changed the subject. Lu'er did not expect Zhang Heng to suddenly loosen up and naively thought that what he said was the truth. She asked him ecstatically, "Is that true? Please say, senior apprentice Brother Zhang." A malicious smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Heng's face. Lu'er's face changed as she only just realized that Zhang Heng did not have any good intentions. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, "I didn't think that Miss Lu'er was so astute. My condition is very simple. I just want Miss Lu'er to accompany me for 1 night, and that will do. How's that? Isn't this deal worthwhile?" Lu'er was not a stupid person. She was just inexperienced and did not really know the ways of the world. Initially, she only thought that Zhang Heng was an unreasonable person. Now, it looks like he was simply a beast in human clothing. Perhaps he already decided and planned all these, which was why he repeatedly made things difficult for her. "Pooh, so you're this sort of filthy person. Watch me report you to the instructor." Lu'er said hatefully. "Ha ha, what a joke. You're just a newbie who refused to accept your senior apprentice brother's punishment. And because you harbored a grudge in your heart, that's why you slandered your senior apprentice brother. Why don't you tell me whether the instructor will believe you or me?" Zhang Heng seemed to have expected it and laughed loudly. When Zhang Heng said that, Lu Er was stunned. Zhang Heng could manage the medicine garden for such a long time, which showed that the instructor definitely trusted him very much. Even if she went to complain, if Zhang Heng said that, the instructor might really think that she bore a grudge, which was why she defamed senior apprentice brother. You're a really despicable man." Lu Er was so enraged by Zhang Heng that her entire body was shaking as she pointed at his nose and yelled. However, Zhang Heng did not care at all. He smiled coldly as he said, "Lu Er, just think about it. If your young master exits seclusion and hears that his maidservant was expelled right after being admitted into the academy, what kind of feeling would that be?" Lu Er was stunned, and her body started to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Lu Er's expression, Zhang Heng was even more pleased. He continued saying, "Your young master is currently the academy's favorite, but his own maidservant was chased out of the academy. In the future, as long as he stays in the academy, there would be people pointing and gossiping behind his back. They would laugh that he couldn't even manage his own maidservant." Taking advantage of Lu Er being scared out of her wits, Zhang Heng slowly moved closer to Lu Er. As he got closer, he continued saying, "Even though I'm not as talented as your young master, I'm still a respected figure in the academy. You won't suffer from following me. How about it? It's just one night." As he was talking, Zhang Heng wanted to use his finger to lift Lu Er's chin. But Lu Er abruptly came round and immediately jumped away. "Humph, you should just give up. Even if I die, I won't bring shame on young master." After she said that, Lu Er lifted her hand and slapped towards the top of her head. If this palm landed, the result would definitely be the sing of a beauty. Zhang Heng also did not expect Lu Er to be so decisive and would rather commit suicide than yield. He immediately became furious. Although Lu Er improved amazingly fast when facing the 9th level Essence Qi realm Zhang Heng, she was still incredibly weak. Furthermore, her essence energy already depleted. How could she possibly succeed in committing suicide? Who knew when a whip appeared in Zhang Heng's hands, which coiled around Lu Er's arm, sending her flying. Just like that, Lu Er went cross. I plussing out. Lu Er landed heavily on the ground and gave fled groan. Another loss. Plus this lash landed heavily on Lu Er's. Y streak immediately appeared on Lu Er's body, and blood seeped through her clothes. Lias, who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Wanna die? It's not going to be that easy. Zhang Heng was infuriated. If Lu Er really committed suicide, he also could not escape responsibility. He was going to graduate soon. He did not want to lose any integrity. Lu Er's actions were making him irritated. Lu Er shrieked, but she ignored the pain as she crawled forward, wanting to grab a circular blue object. Just as Lu Er's hand was about to close in on it, that circular blue object was stepped underfoot by Zhang Heng. "Give me back the badge." Lu Er endured the intense pain and yelled. Zhang Heng plus feet at his feet and glanced at the blue item on the ground, and it was indeed a badge. 2 stars were embroidered on it. This was actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. I thought what this is. So it's an alchemy master badge. I didn't think that you stole something so valuable after only a few days in the academy. Just with this, it's enough to get you expelled. Zhang Heng kicked the badge far away. He was apparently still unaware that Yi Yuan had already said the alchemy master test and officially became a low-rank alchemy master. Otherwise, even if he were to have an extra set of he also would not dare abuse Lu Er like this. Looking at Zhang Heng desecrating young master's badge, the pain Lu Er felt was even worse than her physical pain. Tears finally trickled down uncontrollably. Looking at Lu Er's delicate and pitiful appearance, Zhang Heng could no longer hold back the beast inside him. He reached out and tore off a piece of Lu Er's clothing. Afterward, he grabbed Lu Er and dragged her to a corner, and he started to make his move to violate her in broad daylight. Chapter 74, Soul Guiding Incense. Chapter 74, Soul Guiding Incense, Lu Er. Lu Er. Yi Yuan exited and shouted for Lu Er, but there was no reply. Yi Yuan was very suspicious. Lu Er should have been waiting here for him to exit seclusion. Where did she go? Lu Er was very obedient. If there was really something, she should have left him a message. But Yi Yuan searched the place and did not find any clues. He also asked his neighbors, but nobody knew either. Zhang Heng was highly scheming. The time he picked happened to be lesson time, so basically all the students were at CLA. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion, so she did not have any mood to attend CLA. SES. However, it just happened to give Zhang Heng the opportunity to strike. Strange. Where on earth did Lu Er go? Don't tell me someone dares to kidnap people within the Danwu Academy? Yi Yuan sat down at the table and started conjecturing. Could Lu Er have gone to look for Tang Yu? In this place, Lu Er only had Tang Yu for a friend. Thinking of Tang Yu, Yi Yuan relaxed and was just about to leave to find Tang Yu when there was a knocking sound. Opening the door to take a look, who could it be except Tang Yu? Tang Yu saw Yi Yuan and was overjoyed. I figured that senior apprentice brother Yi should have also exited seclusion, so I came over to have a look. I didn't think that it would be so coincidental. Yi, why you are already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm? Tang Yu stared with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan's improvement was too outrageous. He had only broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm with the help of Yi Yuan's pills not long ago. A month ago, when Tang Yu met Yi Yuan for the first time, he was only at the 1st level Essence Chi realm. A month later, Yi Yuan was already at the same cultivation realm as him. Thinking of how Yi Yuan killed Chou Ying with a finger, Tang Yu believed that if he fought with Yi Yuan could absolutely kill him in an instant. Tang Yu currently felt that the Yi Yuan in front of him was like a dragon that entered deep waters and then soared to the sky in one stroke. Body could stop him anymore. While Tang Yu was immersed in his shock, he did not notice that Yi Yuan's facial expression did not look good. When Yi Yuan looked behind Tang Yu and confirmed that he came alone, his face turned ugly. He waved his hands and did not bother with Tang Yu's shock. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Why did you come alone?" Tang Yu was stunned and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not alone, how many people could there be?" Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. "Didn't Lu Er go and find you while I was in a closed-door seclusion these few days?" Tang Yu was alarmed, but he shook his head and replied, "No. I've also been busy these few days and did not see Lu Er. She also never came to find me." "Why? Did something happen to Lu Er?" Yi Yuan currently felt a little uneasy. "After I returned, I spent the entire time looking for her, but I couldn't find her. I have a bad premonition. I keep feeling that something happened to her. Maybe Lu Er was bored of waiting for you, and in a moment of playfulness, ran out to play. This is the Danwu Academy. Nothing should happen. Don't need to worry, Brother Yi." Tang Yu assured him. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "I hope so." The house momentarily became silent, but the uneasiness in Yi Yuan's heart grew increasingly stronger. He suddenly stood up and said to Tang Yu, "Please return, Brother Tang. I'm still a little worried about Lu Er. I'm going to look for her." "I'll go too. There's a higher chance with 2 people searching," Tang Yu offered. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. Just I alone will suffice." After he said that, Yi Yuan casually grabbed a piece of Lu Er's clothing and went out. Yi Yuan did not go around hunting aimlessly. He came directly to Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room. After returning from the capital, not only did Feng Ruoqing had a cultivation realm breakthrough, her insights in the yin-yang separation flow technique also grew deeper. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion these past few days, so she naturally hid in the pill refinement room to practice the yin-yang separation flow technique. Feng Ruoqing was surprised when she saw Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance to speak. "I want to borrow your refinement room to use. Prepare a few ingredients for me." Yi Yuan casually threw Feng, watching a piece of paper, and directly entered the pill refinement room like this refinement room belonged to him. Yi Yuan's words were like issuing an order. Feng Ruoqing was very annoyed at his attitude, but surprisingly did not blow her top. That was because she had never seen such a frightening expression on Yi Yuan's face before. Feng Ruoqing was quick-witted and knew that something must have happened. Forget it, forget it. Who asked me to owe him? Feng Ruoqing let out a faint sigh and really went to prepare the ingredients Yi Yuan needed like a maidservant. If other people saw the dignified state of Qin's head princess does this sort of thing, their jaws would drop due to the shock. Before long, Feng Ruoqing returned. The ingredients that Yi Yuan required were all ordinary stuff and were not difficult to source. It was naturally easy to obtain with Feng Ruoqing's status. Except, Feng Ruoqing was very curious about what Yi Yuan was trying to refine. The ingredients that Yi Yuan needed were not all herbs. There were some other items. Refining medicinal pills out of these ingredients were impossible. Sing the ingredients over to Yi Yuan. Feng Ruoqing could not resist asking. There are quite a few that aren't herbs. What are you trying to refine with these ingredients? Yi Yuan received the ingredients and answered indifferently. You don't need to bother. Just watch. Start the fire. You're really treating me like a servant. Feng Ruoqing could not help losing her temper. This fellow had no respect for anyone. If you're not helping, then go to one side. Don't hold me up. Yi Yuan's words grew icier. Not knowing the reason, Feng Ruoqing walked to the Red Lotus cauldron and helped Yi Yuan open up the earth fire. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan did not express anything. Right now, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, he knew that the more impatient he got, the more he had to keep calm and not lose his reason. The fire started, and Yi Yuan began to refine. This time around, the refinement was not earth-shaking. It was only a very simple-looking refinement method. But Feng Ruoqing had never seen this sort of method before. Without the process of preparing the herbs, nor the process of refining the medicinal essence, Yi Yuan directed the fire to temper the ingredients while looking very relaxed. After an hour, the result of Yi Yuan refinement appeared. It was a chalk-like item, except that its appearance was grayish-black. What's this? Feng Ruoqing asked curiously again. Soul guiding incense. This time around, Yi Yuan did not reject answering. It was just that when he talked, he let out a long breath. His rising and falling chest showed his current state of agitation. Soul guiding incense? What's it used for? Feng Ruoqing had never heard of this thing before and asked inquisitively. Yi Yuan did not answer, but threw the soul-guiding incense onto the clothing that he brought along. After that, he waved a hand to draw a wisp of fire. Earth fire had an exceedingly high temperature. Luer's clothes were burned into a wisp of green smoke instantly. However, the miraculous thing was that the green smoke condensed in mid-air and did not dissipate. The next instant, the green smoke moved, and Yi Yuan moved as well. Where are you going? Feng Ruoqing asked bewilderedly. But Yi Yuan ignored her and ran out following that strand of green smoke. Feng Ruoqing bit her lips as she watched. After hesitating for a moment, she also followed. Chapter 75. Really want to kill someone. Chapter 75. Really want to kill someone. Luer used her remaining strength to struggle. But this weak struggle was futile and useless. Currently, her essence energy was drained. She could not even commit suicide. Luer became more and more terrified and increasingly becoming weaker. If she were tainted by a fellow like him, she would rather die. Zhang Heng slapped Luer's face and spat as he said, Little b****, you still aren't compliant when you're already like this? You're really asking for a beating. Luer suffered due to that slap, and one side of her face immediately swelled up. She laid there motionlessly as if she was resigned to her fate. Seeing the situation, Zhang Heng gave a nasty grin and said, That's right. Much better now. Don't worry. After today, you won't be able to leave this senior apprentice brother. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Zhang Heng leaned over to carry out that act. But right at this moment, all the pores on Zhang Heng's body stood on end. A feeling of danger came from straight ahead. Zhang Heng instinctively jumped away. An ice arrow grazed his face as it flew past. Luckily, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, that ice arrow would have already pierced through his throat. Withdrawing to the side, Zhang Heng broke into cold sweat. Who would have thought that this S, who already did not have any strength to retaliate, could actually release such a powerful attack? However, Zhang Heng instantly became furious. Lu'er nearly killed him. Lu'er struggled to get up. Presently, her entire aura had changed drastically. Her entire body gave off an ice-cold feeling. This sort iciness seemed like it could even freeze the air. A layer of white frost covered Lu'er's hair, and her face also turned abnormally pale. Zhang Heng looked at Lu'er's transformation and chortled as he said, "So, it turns out that you have the 9 absolute meridian. You actually dared to cultivate essence energy with your 9 absolute meridian. You really can't tell life from death. Right now, the frost poison has burst forth. I will see how you suppress it." The sun was currently +ning brightly, but Lu'er felt as if her entire body was placed in an ice house. The frost penetrated the bone and sunk in deeply. This was the ultimate move of the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. Profound ice returns to dust. This move was a forbidden technique in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. When Yi Yuan was teaching Lu'er, he had informed her that unless she had no other alternative, she must absolutely never use it. That was because this move triggered the 9 absolute meridian, attracting the frost chi between heaven and earth in her body in exchange for a powerful strength temporarily. The name returns to dust meant that after using it from ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it was a move to perish together with your enemy. Currently, Lu'er's aura soared Sively, directly breaking through the 4th level Essence Chi realm threshold, past the 5th level Essence Chi realm, and finally stopping at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. The time Lu'er spent cultivating the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was still too short. Even though she improved at an amazing speed, her comprehension was not that profound. If the Spirit Snow Divine King was the one executing the profound ice returns to dust, even if she only at the strength of a 1st level Essence Chi realm, she would be able to directly raise her strength to the great circle of perfection of the Essence Chi realm. Although Zhang Heng was surprised at Lu'er's sudden rise in strength, he did not pay too much heed. The 6th level Essence Chi realm was still a minor stage lower than him, but he was currently livid because Lu'er nearly killed him just now, making him feel incredibly ashamed. That ice arrow also extinguished his LUST. Right now, what he wanted to do was to send Lu'er to the afterlife. Directly killing was a definite no-no. He would be punished by the Academy. But since this S had the 9 absolute meridian, then he could not be blamed if she sought her own death. Die Letcher! Lu'er grabbed the air with one hand. An ice arrow formed once again and shot toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng laughed coldly as he easily dodged it. This ice arrow might have a high attacking power, but what was the use if it could not hit the target? He was unprepared just now, which was why Lu'er's sneak attack almost succeeded. Now that they were fighting head-on, he naturally would not fall for it again. After all, Lu'er was not Yi Yuan. She lacked actual combat experience and could not control the sudden rise in strength. This sort of straightforward attack obviously would not cause any trouble for the powerful Zhang Heng. However, Lu'er did not care. Before she activated the profound ice returns to dust, she already had the will to die. Lu'er believed that even if she could not kill this guy, young master would take revenge for her. Trying to deal with me with these sort of attacks? You're underestimating Earth rank students' strength too much. Zhang Heng said with a mocking face. Humph! 1,000 illusion hail! Lu'er cried out as her two hands formed a round shape. Very swiftly, countless stones formed between her hands. Plussing both palms out, a hailstone shot toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was astounded. He did not think that Luer's attacks would continue without end. This hailstone was an area of effect attack. Zhang Heng's speed was fast, but he was still struck by many hailstones. But the attack power of this hailstone was much weaker than the previous ice arrow. Coupled with Zhang Heng's powerful essence energy protection, these sort of attacks were unable to cause any real damage to him. Humph! Don't blame me for courting death, La SS. Snake Shadow Whip. Zhang Heng's whip technique was very skillful. The whip shot towards Luer from a highly tricky angle. Right now, Luer knew that she was not Zhang Heng's match, and her heart already held the will to die. She did not evade this whip at all. A sneer suddenly appeared on Luer's face. Noticing this, Zhang Heng was startled, only to see that Luer's hands moved at high speed, and she actually formed multiple ice arrows in an instant. Luer did not defend at all. She was actually going to make both parties lose. Zhang Heng did not expect Luer to not fear death to such an extent. He did not want to die, so he swiftly pulled back his whip and whirled his whip around. Very soon, the ice arrows were twirled into broken pieces. His strength exceeded Luer's by far too much, and his combat experience was also much richer. For Luer to injure him head-on, it was harder than trying to reach the heaven. After Zhang Heng shattered the ice arrows, he struck with his whip once more. Luer's attack just now had already exhausted all of her essence energy. Right now, she could no longer continue, so she just gave up defending and closed her eyes to wait for death. Young master, in future, Luer can no longer be at your side to serve you. You have to take good care of yourself. 2 clear streams of tears fell and froze into ice beads. Zhang Heng was aware that Luer did not fear death, but he did not expect that Luer looked forward to death so much that she just stopped defending. He did not hold back on this move. If he hit Luer, then she was dead for sure. The attack was already released, and Zhang Heng could no longer stop it anymore. Just as he watched it about to land on Luer, a force shot out from diagonally. Chi! The force actually directly broke the soft whip. Zhang Heng was horrified. Although his soft whip was not a magical artifact, that attack just now filled the inside of the whip with essence energy. It could pierce straight through a person, and yet it was broken with one move by someone. Who's there? You're really despicable to dare to ambush me. Zhang Heng howled. A youth dressed in azure clothing glided over and landed beside Luer. He did not even spare a glance at Zhang Heng. Picking up Luer, he took out a medicinal pill for her to eat. Luer, young master came late. Luer opened her eyes wearily and saw that it was Yi Yuan. A trace of light recovered within her eyes. Don't talk. Watch by the side. Young master will stand up for you. As he spoke, Yi Yuan's words grew frostier. Yi Yuan supported Luer to the sides, and then he stood up straight and shouted, "Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die." Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die. Yi Yuan's words were directed toward Feng Ruoqing. He knew that Feng Ruoqing also came. If Feng Ruoqing makes a move, it would be impossible for him to kill Zhang Heng. This was a warning, and, Body responded, but this was already a sort of tacit consent. Zhang Heng burst out laughing like he had just heard a hilarious joke. Ha! Kill me? You're that Yi Yuan, right? Just you, a 6th level essence chi realm, wants to jump ranks to kill me? You two, master and servant, are equally unable to gauge your strength. Yi Yuan did not show any reaction and said coolly, "Are you acting on your own? Or is there somebody instigating you? Speak, and I will spare your life." Yi Yuan had no connections with this Zhang Heng. It was even more unlikely for Luer to provoke anyone, so he did not believe that Zhang Heng would force Luer to such a desperate situation for no reason whatsoever. Just now, Zhang Heng recognized Yi Yuan immediately with a glance. This further confirmed his conjecture. What a joke. You, a 6th level essence chi realm, are so king arrogant. You think that after passing the black rank advancement test and increasing your cultivation realm, you have the capital to challenge veteran Earth rank students? Spare my life? Why don't you try for me to see? Although Zhang Heng was astonished by Yi Yuan's advancement speed, he did not feel that he could threaten him. He was 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan, and they were separated by a minor stage. This sort of difference in power was not so easily bridged. Zhang Heng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But who among those who could enter the Dan Wu Academy and become an Earth rank student was not a genius among geniuses? Yi Yuan sighed, and he said calmly, "One really can't communicate with an imbecile. Since you don't want to talk, then I will beat you until you do." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and executed stacking waves layered palm. 8-layer wave. Humph. Reckless punk. You dare to look down on me and only use one hand. Zhang Heng naturally would not fold his hands and await death. He threw his weapon aside and also used his bare hands. Prajna palm. Zhang Heng raised his hands to unleash a high-rank martial technique. Zhang Heng had spent a great deal of time and effort on this Prajna palm and trained it to the great success stage. Furthermore, he struck out with both palms together, so the amount of essence energy used was much greater. Zhang Heng curled the corner of his mouth, as if seeing the image of Yi Yuan being heavily injured. 3 palms collided, but the events did not play out as Zhang Heng imagined. He felt a colossal force coming from the Yi Yuan's palm, which immediately said through his 2 hands and spread throughout his entire body. Pooh! Zhang Heng gave a fled groan, and blood sprayed out wildly from his mouth. His entire body flew out like he was heavily struck. "Now will you talk?" Yi Yuan continued, speaking calmly, without any trace of emotion. The palm that Yi Yuan unleashed in anger was the 8-layer wave. Stacking waves layered palm. 8-layer wave. This was a palm technique that could even finish off a first-level spirit condensation realm, and Zhang Heng chose to receive it head-on foolishly. There would be no justice if he did not die. But Yi Yuan deliberately held back on this move and only heavily injured Zhang Heng. The intention was to find out who was the mastermind. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and walked to Zhang Heng's side. Looking down on him, he asked icily, "Now will you talk?" Pooh! Zhang Heng coughed up another mouthful of blood. Right now, his arms were broken, and his internal organs also suffered extremely serious injuries. He looked incredibly wretched. If he did not receive medical treatment, he would soon die without Yi Yuan needing to move. Talk my *SS. Ha ha. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Dan Wu Academy's rules state that students cannot kill one another. Come then, kill me. Zhang Heng's blood stained his teeth as he laughed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Heng pitifully, and he said coldly, "Rules? Rules are only used to restrict mediocre people like you. A true powerhouse will break all the rules and establish his own rules. Someone like you can only live under other people's rules forever. How pitiful. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the BALLS, then try breaking the rules for me to see. A 6th level essence Chi realm punk talking nonsense about breaking the rules. What a joke." Zhang Heng clearly did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to go against the Academy's rules. That was because, in the Academy's history, all those who broke the rules were sentenced to death. Except for that person. Is that so? Then I will break the rules now. Except, you won't be able to see it. Yi Yuan raised his hand again, and essence energy hovered faintly within his palm. At this moment, Zhang Heng could clearly sense the killing intent coming off of Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, Lu was one of his closest loved ones, and Zhang Heng dared to force her until she used the profound ice returns to dust. Even his death was insufficient. In his precious life, Yi Yuan did not have the ability to protect his loved ones. In this life, he was set on never letting his loved ones come to harm. But he did not expect to encounter something like this. Yi Yuan's self-condemnation had already set his fury. This palm slapped downwards without any hesitation. Zhang Heng no longer doubted Yi Yuan's determination. I'll talk. I'll talk. Don't kill me. I was only under someone's instigation. Zhang Heng finally could not withstand the pressure and hurriedly shouted, Talk. Yi Yuan did not I plus FT his palm. He was waiting for Zhang Heng's answer. I'll talk, but you have to promise not to kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than say. Zhang Heng painfully made his decision and threatened him. Is that so? Then bring it with you inside your coffin. Yi Yuan channeled his palm strength and moved a little closer to Zhang Heng. Don't. I'll talk. I had senior apprentice brother Lin Tiancheng, who instructed me. I was only obeying him. He's the head student of the General Affairs Department, so I can't disobey him. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I beg you, let me go. I will definitely help you testify against Lin Tiancheng. Gee. Oh, D knows where Zhang Heng got the strength from to manage to crawl up and grab hold of Yi Yuan's leg as he cried out. Good. You could die now. Yi Yuan's palm struck down, and Zhang Heng died without even making any sound. Regardless of whether he was obeying others or not, he deserved to die 10,000 times over just for forcing Lu'er to such a state. Lin Tiancheng? Yi Yuan thought for a moment and recalled who this Lin Tiancheng was. He did not think that it was actually such a minor character that made Lu'er end up in such a sorry state. If he knew this beforehand, he would have taken preventive measures. Right at this moment, Lu'er's movement alerted Yi Yuan. He quickly rushed over to Lu'er. Lu'er already had no more strength to stand up. She was currently crawling forward. Lu'er, what are you doing? If there's anything, just tell me. I will do it for you. Yi Yuan shouted as he rushed over. Lu'er continued moving forward bit by bit and finally crawled in front of that blue color badge. She reached out to grab that alchemy master badge and held it against her chest as if that blue badge was her everything. Yi Yuan hurriedly picked up Lu'er. After Lu'er got the badge, she could finally no longer hold on and fainted. Except, she still had a hint of a smile on her face, looking completely satisfied. Looking at the object in Lu'er's hand, he could not help feeling his heart ached. An insignificant badge to him was cherished so deeply by Lu'er. Thank you, Lu'er. Let's go home. Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Why did you have to do that? According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow students is the death penalty. Feng Ruoqing gave a faint sigh as she revealed herself and blocked Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan stopped, and then he retorted, If Feng Zhiro ended up like this because of someone, what would you do? Feng Ruoqing was speechless. The answer was obvious. Those people were sentenced to death because they weren't talented enough. If they had sufficient potential and had adequate strength, I think the Academy would not kill them, but instead heavily nurture them, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently arrogant, but what he said was logical and natural. Regardless of whether it was his past life or this life, Yi Yuan could look down proudly on all the pinnacle geniuses under the heavens. Just imagine how great of a genius he was to have been hailed as the one most likely to break through to the alchemy D realm in the divine realm, where geniuses were as many as oxen hair. Now that he transmigrated and lived once more, why would he give I plus T about this tiny state of Qin? Feng Ruoqing remained silent for a while, but she still nodded and said, It's like you said. In reality, there are still people who weren't killed, but instead became heavily groomed by the Academy. 5 years ago, a shockingly dazzling figure appeared in the Academy. But because his brother was bullied by someone, he killed a student in a fit of rage. The outcome was that not only did the Academy not dole out punishment, but he was also groomed heavily. Haha, sure enough. Then what are you worried about? Don't tell me I'm inferior to him. Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said slowly, Because you aren't killing only one person. Just a bunch of trash. If they're killed, then they're killed. Yi Yuan could not care less. Anyone who dared to touch the people he treasured dearly would have to be prepared to be killed. A tiny little Lin Tiancheng, if he was killed, then he was killed. What else could they do? But I've heard of this Lin Tianqing before. He's a half-step spirit condensation realm. Even though you advanced amazingly fast, are you his match? If you won, then that's fine. But if you lost, some people would not let you off so easily. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not explain anything. You just pass, said Luer over the phone we're watching. If you treat me as a friend, then just help me take good care of Luer. Feng Zhuro did not know why, but when she heard these words, she felt delighted in her heart. Yi Yuan was clearly her student. Was it not strange to be friends? But why was it so natural? I'm your teacher. Feng Zhuro put on a solemn face and said. Yi Yuan waved his hands like he was not willing to get tangled up on this question. Support Luo up. I'm going to help her suppress the frost poison in her body. Otherwise, she might not survive the night. Feng Ruoqing obeyed and lifted Luer up properly. Yi Yuan then rapidly struck over a dozen points on Luer's body. After that, he lifted up her palm and transferred his own essence energy over. In terms of extreme yang and strength, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated was a cultivation law which pushed them to the extremity. When compared to his cultivation law, the cultivation law Feng Zhuro trained in was like a small witch meeting a great sorcerer. Yi Yuan's essence energy was incomparably thick, making it perfect for suppressing the 9 frost poison. But this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. A 9 divine link meridian was an innate 9 absolute meridian. Once the frost poison erupted, it would be like an ice black hole, automatically sucking all the surrounding cold qi into the body, extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's essence energy was, it could not contend with the heaven and earth cold yin power. It could only temporarily suppress the frost poison in Luer's body. After Yi Yuan withdrew his hand, Luer's face became rosier, but she was still unconscious. I'll leave Luer to you. I'm going to kill some people. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and left. The entrance of the General Affairs Department was a rather busy place with streams of people coming and going. Yi Yuan stepped past the doorway, but was stopped by 2 students. What rank are you? What's your purpose of coming to the General Affairs Department? One of the students questioned him. They did not stop everyone they saw. A single look, and they could tell Yi Yuan did not appear friendly, and that something was wrong. That was why he was stopped. To kill people. Those 3 words casually popped out from Yi Yuan's mouth, sending a chill down the backs of the 2 students who heard it. Are you joking? The Danwu Academy forbids students from privately committing murder. Are you trying to violate the Academy's rules? This student was also at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, but under Yi Yuan's pressure, his essence energy showed signs of becoming unstable. I don't have time to joke with you. Where's Lin Tianqing? Ask him to come out and die. Senior apprentice Brother Lin? Were you hit on the head? Quickly leave. If you still don't go, then we won't be courteous. The other person was slightly better, and he just wanted to chase Yi Yuan away. A 6th level Essence Chi realm talking nonsense about wanting to kill a half-step spirit condensation realm expert. If his brain were not damaged, then what was it? Yi Yuan simply ignored these 2 people and directly forced his way through between the 2 of them. These 2 people were in charge of guarding the entrance, so they naturally could not let Yi Yuan in like this. Hence, they used all of their power to try to stop Yi Yuan. Boom! Their hands did not even touch Yi Yuan before they were sent flying a long way out by the essence energy Yi Yuan released, which automatically opened up a pathway. Even though they were similarly at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, the difference was too huge. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was multiple times that of the same realm. How could these 2 people possibly be Yi Yuan's match? As someone's causing trouble. Stop him. Quick. Notify senior apprentice Brother Lin. One of the students was very dedicated to his job. After landing on the ground, he ignored the pain on his body and shouted loudly. The activity outside alarmed the people inside. Now that he shouted like that, the students who just came out immediately knew what happened. An 8th level Essence Chi Realm student came up to stop Yi Yuan. He rebuked angrily. Who are you? How audacious. Do you know what place this is to actually dare to cause trouble here? Yi Yuan did not bother with him and continued walking forward. Courting death. Seeing Yi Yuan's supercilious attitude, that student immediately raged. He forced his way forward, wanted to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan casually unleashed a palm, and that student flew out, landing heavily against the wall before he stopped. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan clearly only had the strength of a 6th-level essence chi realm, but a casual palm had such power to send an 8th-level essence chi realm flying. It was very obvious that Yi Yuan already showed mercy. Otherwise, that 8th-level essence chi realm student would be a dead man right now. Stacking waves layered palm. He's Yi Yuan. Right then, someone in the crowd recognized Yi Yuan's palm technique, and he immediately deduced Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. There is only one person who could casually unleash the stacking waves layered palm within the Danwu Academy, and that was Yi Yuan. Other than him, even head senior apprentice brother Long Tang could not do it. Quickly inform senior apprentice brother Lin. Say that Yi Yuan came to the General Affairs Department to make trouble. Let's stop him together. I don't believe that so many of us can't even handle a 6th-level essence chi realm. A student who seemed to be a student manager shouted out. As expected, the others also perked up after his speech. That's right. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was still only one person. Many among them were 8th-level essence chi realm, and quite a few were at the 9th-level essence chi realm. How could he defeat so many people? Yi Yuan swept his gaze across everyone, making everybody shuddered. Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tianqing alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan asked calmly. Chapter 78. Despicable Lin Tianqing. Chapter 78. Despicable Lin Tianqing. The Danwu Academy's General Affairs Department was segmented into the inner court, middle court, and outer court. The outer court was where students received jobs. The middle court was where the student managers of the General Affairs Department managed work. The inner court was where important figures dealt with businesses. Presently, Lin Tianqing was in the inner court signing tasks to the student managers. All of you, quickly handle the matters that I just instructed. Supervision of newly admitted students has to be reinforced. Make them obey submissively. If anyone causes trouble, then just directly suppress them. There's no need to be polite. Lin Tianqing was issuing orders to a bunch of people with the air of someone of the upper echelon. Yes, senior apprentice brother Lin. We will do it right away. Finest. Plussing. Several people turned around and left. Boom, boom, boom. A frantic knocking was heard. Senior apprentice brother Lin. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Outside the door, a student kicked up a racket, making Lin Tianqing frown. Lin Tianqing had always been very strict with the rules. People at the lower levels had never dared to cause such a ruckus when entering. Today, there was actually someone who collided head-on with the tip of the spear. Creak. The door was opened by a student manager who reprimanded angrily. What's the commotion about? Don't you know that senior apprentice brother Lin is busy? Is your skin itching for a whipping? That student ignored him and just went around him, cried to Lin Tianqing. Senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. That Yi Yuan is currently causing a commotion outside the department. Senior apprentice brother who went up to stop him, but was sent flying with a slap. He even said, when Lin Tianqing heard Yi Yuan's name, his face immediately fell. Looks like he found out about Lu being bullied by Zhang Heng, and the flames of fury attacked his heart, which was why he came to the General Affairs Department to cause such an upheaval. Thinking of this, Lin Tianqing gave a cold laugh. Do you all just eat rice and do nothing? Just a 4th-level essence, chi, realm, managed to frighten you all until this manner? That Hu Tai is also a trash, to be sent flying with a single slap from a 4th-level essence chi realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin, Yi Yuan, isn't only at the 4th-level essence chi realm. Not only 4th-level essence chi realm, Don't tell me he really entered closed seclusion to break through to the 5th level essence chi realm. And also not the 5th level essence chi realm. That student shook his head like a rattle drum. Looking at this appearance, Lin Tianqing became infuriated. Can you not talk like you were out of breath? Just what's Yi Yuan's strength? He can't have been in a closed-door seclusion for a few days and reached the 6th level essence chi realm, right? This time around, that student's head was like a chicken pecking for rice as he nodded nonstop. That's right. Yi Yuan is already at the 6th level essence chi realm. What? Including Lin Tianqing, all the student managers in the room were astonished. They were, of course, aware of what strength Yi Yuan possessed. Around 10 days ago, Yi Yuan had just made Lin Tianqing lose face greatly. Back then, he was still at the 4th level essence chi realm. Just a mere 10 days or so had said, and Yi Yuan was already at the 6th level essence chi realm. He jumped from the 1st level essence chi realm to the 3rd level essence chi realm, 4th level essence chi realm to the 6th level essence chi realm could also be jumped. Just what was happening to this world? The crux was that not only did Yi Yuan increase his cultivation realm extremely fast, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Did they not just hear what this punk said? He sent Hu Tai flying with one slap. Hu Tai was an 8th level essence chi realm, and he could not even take a hit. Would that not mean that Yi Yuan possessed at least the strength of a 9th level essence chi realm? After the shock, Lin Tianqing's face grew darker. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would have the power to threaten him so fast. It looked like it was already hopeless for Zhang Heng. Humph. Just 6th level essence chi realm. You are all veteran Earth rank students. Don't tell me every one of you are scared of a 6th level essence chi realm. Are you all even Danwu Academy students? You, go out and tell them to attack together. If they can't even restrain a 6th level essence chi realm, then what does the General Affairs Department need them for? Lin Tianqing shamelessly used the people outside as his S-H-I plus ELD. Lin Tianqing was not really scared of Yi Yuan, but if he could use those people outside to diminish Yi Yuan's battle strength, then why not? Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tianqing alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan took a step forward. The students outside the department were affected by his aura and retreated a step in unison. Yi Yuan took another step forward, and the crowd stepped back once more. A 6th level essence chi realm managed to force a group of 7th and 8th level essence chi realm students back. If this were spread outside, there would no longer be a need for the General Affairs Department to exist. Right at this moment, the student who went to report to Lin Tianqing just now rushed back. Senior apprentice brother Lin said to attack together and take him down first. He's just at the 6th level essence chi realm. If you all can't deal with this, then what do we need you for? If you all can't take down Yi Yuan, then forget about working in the General Affairs Department in the future. Once these words were out, everyone's faces changed. Lin Tianqing had always lived up to his words. He would really replace all these people. Most of these Earth rank students had no hope of advancing to the Heaven rank, so they stayed here to do some work and fish for some benefits. If they did not work here, then they could possibly end up doing manual labor. That was obviously a result they did not wish to see. Fine. I don't believe that so many of us here can't take care of a 6th level essence chi realm. Everyone attack. Everybody gathered, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. Yi Yuan did not stop them and let them surround him. Finally, these people could no longer resist attacking Yi Yuan. From the front, an 8th level essence chi realm student stabbed his sword towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and flicked a finger. That long sword immediately flew out of his hand. Another slap, and that 8th level essence chi realm was sent flying. At the same time, a palm attack came from the back. It was like eyes were growing behind Yi Yuan as he evaded it by slightly S-H-I plus sting his body. Then, he slammed his arm backward, and that person also went airborne. For some time, the surroundings were filled with attacks, but in Oh, Body was able to really threaten Yi Yuan. Not only were they unable to pose any threat, Yi Yuan even moved forward as he fought. He was about to push past the outer court. People could be seen flying continuously out of the group, surrounding Yi Yuan and landing heavily on the ground. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan broke past these people's defense and pious, said through the outer court. The majority of these people were at the 7th level Essence Chi realm and the 8th level Essence Chi realm. To the current Yi Yuan, there was completely no threat. Where his palm wind reached, a series of wailing sounded. The outer court was strewn with people lying on the ground and crying out shrilly. Yi Yuan did not stop. Grabbing a sword, he advanced inside like that with the sword in his hand. Entering the middle court, another group of people surrounded him. These people were the student managers of the General Affairs Department. Each one of them was like Zhang Heng, all existences of the 9th level Essence Chi realm. 9th level Essence Chi realm was the pinnacle of existence in the Essence Chi realm. It represented the apex of the Essence Chi realm. Their strength was also much stronger than the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan would not care about a single person, but there were around 7 or 8 people now. They would not be a minor force anywhere. Yi Yuan looked at them and smiled coldly as he said, "You guys are really loyal dogs. Wherever Lin Tianqing points to, you guys would strike there." My words still remain the same. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only want to kill Lin Tianqing alone. If you want to be a dog, then you'd better be prepared to get beat up. Chapter 79. You don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Chapter 79. You don't have the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. In the Dan Wu Academy, Body has ever dared to harp on about killing someone. I think you must be King B. ALLSY. When everyone found it extremely comical to see Yi Yuan behave so arrogantly. One could fight in the Dan Wu Academy and could also arrange for a death match. But Body had ever dared to talk about killing someone in such a dignified manner. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan was obviously posturing and wanted to use this sort of threat to force them back. Yi Yuan adjusted his sword in a showy manner and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. I'll just have to beat up the guard dogs before we're going to beat the owner." With those words, Yi Yuan did not hesitate and then charged into the group with his sword. Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was executed, and his entire being became a series of afterimages as he said through these people. These student managers were all at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. Apart from heaven-ranked students and a half-step spirit condensation realm like Lin Tianqing, they were virtually undefeatable existences in the Dan Wu Academy. But at this moment, they made a woeful discovery. They could not even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Yi Yuan's body moved elegantly like countless falling petals, completely traceless. These student managers were, after all, 9th level Essence Chi realms, 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan. Wanting to defeat them was not so simple. Yi Yuan could naturally use brute force to deal with these people, but he did not wish to reveal his trump card too early. In the entire academy, apart from Feng Ruoqing, who saw him use the 8-layer wave to kill Zhang Heng just now Body was aware that he could use the 8-layer wave. Lin Tianqing was ultimately a half-step spirit condensation realm. There was almost a major cultivation realm between him and Yi Yuan. It would not be a good thing if he got to know of his trump card beforehand. Using the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword to deal with the enemies could conserve essence energy and also numb his opponent. So why not? Even though Yi Yuan's flames of fury was soaring to the sky right now, he did not lose his reason. If he did not even have the shrewdness after living 2 lifetimes, then it was all wasted. The Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was created by imitating falling flowers. It paid particular attention to flowing with the wind naturally and elegantly, very economical on the usage of essence energy. Of course, the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was not without weaknesses. The drawback was insufficient attack power. But in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan did not require much attack power. He made use of the elegant and nimble movements to give these students some injuries every now and then. As time passed, their combat power dropped drastically. "Io, my arm. Ah, my leg." The curdling screams carried on incessantly. Unwittingly, many injuries had appeared on these student managers' bodies. Just what kind of freak is this guy? 6th level essence chi realm, and he is this powerful. Stop. Stop. We admit defeat. That's right. Quickly stop. We surrender. One person was the first to speak, and everyone else's spirit immediately collapsed. Everyone quickly laid down their arms and surrendered. After breaking through to the 6th level essence chi realm, it would be tough for Yi Yuan to find an opponent in the essence chi realm anymore. Yi Yuan obviously would not slaughter everyone in a frenzy. Seeing that these people had the intention to back away, he threw down the sword in his hand indifferently and headed inside to the inner court. Grabbing a student doing CHOR, yes, in the inner court, and forcing him to lead the way, Yi Yuan went to where Lin Tiancheng was. Yi Yuan kicked the door wide open with a leg, but the room was already empty, and Lin Tiancheng could not be seen anywhere. The back window was opened. Clearly, Lin Tiancheng escaped from here. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and took out a stick of soul-guiding incense. He came to the table and casually took up a book to burn. The soul-guiding incense became a wisp of green smoke and went with the wind. A martial artist's divine soul was powerful and would leave behind the scent of their soul in places where they frequently stopped by. The soul-guiding incense could differentiate these soul scents and track them down. When powerful martial artists were fleeing, they would conceal the scent of their soul. Hence, the use of the soul-guiding incense was not great. In his past life, Yi Yuan only found it fun, so he researched it a bit. But Lin Tiancheng evidently did not know how to hide the scent of his soul. It was useless no matter where he fled to. Yi Yuan's performance truly astonished Lin Tiancheng. 7 to 8 9th level essence chi realm martial artists were defeated just like chopping vegetables. Although he did not believe Yi Yuan could really defeat him, at the very least, Yi Yuan already possessed the power to fight with him. Lin Tiancheng was one of those typical examples of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. So he chose to run away. Yi Yuan had already wholly overturned the General Affairs Department. As long as the instructors found out about this matter, he would definitely be expelled. Hence, he had no need to fight it out with Yi Yuan. Right now, he was going to the back of the mountain to tattle to the instructor. What a brainless fellow. So what if he's a genius? Isn't he still screwed over by me, Lin Tiancheng? Being pleased with himself, the smile on Lin Tiancheng's face could not be concealed no matter what. Lin Tiancheng, who was gloating, did not notice that a wisp of green smoke spun a few rounds above his head, which then disappeared. The next moment, Lin Tiancheng's smile froze on his face. That was because his path ahead was blocked by someone, and that someone blocking him was precisely that hateful Yi Yuan. How is this possible? How did he know that I was here? Yi Yuan just stood in front of him coldly, without even hiding his killing intent. Unknowingly, fear started to take place in Lin Tiancheng's heart as he looked at Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan, don't push me too far. Do you really think that I'm scared of you? Lin Tiancheng was livid, trying to use this to cover up his guilt. Aren't you the one who forced me? Congratulations. You succeeded in infuriating me, and the price for that is your life. Yi Yuan spoke slowly without any trace of emotion. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't tell me that you forgot what this place is. The Danwu Academy has never tolerated students killing students. Violators are sentenced to death. Do you wish to go against the Academy's rules with your own strength? Lin Tiancheng guffawed. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, You're really the same as that guy in a medicine garden, treating the Academy's rules as your protective talisman. It's because something like the Academy's rules that you guys dare to touch my people, right? Hearing Yi Yuan sigh, Lin Tiancheng suddenly felt a chill arise from the bottom of his heart, and the ominous feeling in his heart would not go away. What did you do to Zhang Hong? Don't you know the answer already? Yi Yuan replied calmly, as if he did something not even worth mentioning. Lin Tianqing was like a cat whose tail was stepped on and cried out in shock. Why, you really killed Zhang Hong? You really dare to kill people? Are you insane? You'll be put to death. Ha ha ha. You are dead. Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out another sigh and said, so weak. All you talk about is the Academy's rules. No wonder you kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. It's because you don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Lin Tianqing trembled. Yi Yuan's words directly struck his trauma and exposed his weakest area. You think that you're very exalted being the head student of the General Affairs Department. In reality, it's displaying your weakness. How many of the students who said the Earth rank advancement test came out of there? I came to kill you, but you made your subordinates become your fodders. Finally, you flee without fighting. You don't even dare to fight once. You want to tell the instructor that I'm causing a commotion at the General Affairs, right? You are basically a coward. Someone like you would never become a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Tianqing's spirit one blow after another, leaving him short on breath. Chapter 80. Battling Lin Tianqing. Chapter 80. Battling Lin Tianqing. Shut up. A puny 6th level essence, Qi realm dares to talk P about being a powerhouse in front of me? What a joke. Lin Tianqing finally lost it and dismissed Yi Yuan's words. Is that so? Then what are you scared of? Quickly come and finish off me, this puny 6th level essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan's words were filled with countless mocking. Humph. You think I can't detect such a low-level goading action? Fine. I will do as you wish today, and let you witness what a true expert is. Finus. Plusing. Lin Tianqing's half-step spirit condensation realm aura was released and smashed towards Yi Yuan. Lin Tianqing was not stupid. His biggest advantage was cultivation realm, so he obviously had to make good use of it. A spirit condensation realm could rely solely on his realm's pressure to make an essence Qi realm's essence energy slow down and become stagnant. Although his half-step spirit condensation realm could not fully unleash the pressure of a spirit condensation realm, it already had quite a bit of power. Spirit condensation realm was actually compressing the essence energy within the Dantian to its limits, achieving the realm where the ACCU Mulat Qi becomes liquid. It was a one-time advancement of the body's essence energy. Hence, regardless of whether in terms of quant, 1, Tai, or quality, a spirit condensation realm's essence energy greatly said that of normal essence energy. Wanting to defeat a spirit condensation realm with the strength of essence energy was an extremely tough thing to do. One either required extremely powerful martial techniques to bridge the difference in cultivation realm or use heaven-defying medicinal pills to compensate for the difference in power. But regardless of the method used, the prerequisite was that this method was able to compensate for the difference in power between an essence Qi realm and a spirit condensation realm. The so-called half-step spirit condensation realm meant that the martial artist was in the process of liquefying their ACCU Mulat Qi and already partially had the power of a spirit condensation realm. The power of a half-step spirit condensation realm was already sufficient to crush any essence Qi realm martial artist. Lin Tianqing was pretty talented. He could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago, but had always suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. However, his comprehension was still a little lacking, so he had been unable to advance his martial techniques mastery. Hence, he had no way of jumping ranks to defeat the 5 black-clothed spirit condensation realm martial artists. After all, he was only half-step spirit condensation realm. There was still a very large gap compared to a true spirit condensation realm. Seeing Lin Tianqing used his cultivation realm suppression to deal with him, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. Trying to use cultivation to suppress me? It's a shame that your cultivation realm is too low. If a 3rd level spirit condensation realm and above used this move to deal with him, it would really be troublesome. But a half-step spirit condensation realm doing, it was basically trying to scratch an itch through one's boots. Yi Yuan fully released the essence energy in his body right then, and his aura soared pus. I. Plussing Lin Tianqing's aura back. Only an instant had Pa said, and these two people's auras were matched with each other's. Neither of them was able to do anything to the other. This was originally a noisy place, and now many students gathered to gawk. When they saw that Yi Yuan's aura was evenly matched with Lin Tianqing's aura, they were stunned speechless. No way. Is that Yi Yuan really only at the 6th level essence Qi realm? Absolutely. He can actually be evenly matched with senior apprentice brother Lin under the suppression of cultivation realm. This is too sick. Doesn't this mean that his power's no less than a half-step spirit condensation realm? That should be it theoretically. But doesn't that mean that even though Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence Qi realm, the thickness of his essence energy was already not inferior to a half-step spirit condensation realm? Isn't this too ridiculous? Of course, this was not a joke. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was really terrifying. Since the start of 1st level essence Qi realm, the essence energy that Yi Yuan consumed during cultivation was several times of others. Under the ACCU, emulation of so many realms, the density of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already pretty impressive. That was why he could stand up to Lin Tianqing in terms of aura. The density of essence energy was not about having a large reserve, but rather having the purity of essence energy, which greatly Serpa said that of the same realm. As an example, Yi Yuan and some other 6th level essence Qi realm executed the same martial technique. Other people required 1 unit of essence energy, while Yi Yuan only needed 1/3 of a unit or even a fifth. This was why Yi Yuan was powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan not losing in terms of aura, Lin Tianqing's expression became extremely ugly. Since he could not suppress Yi Yuan using cultivation realm, Lin Tianqing could only fight directly with him. However, Yi Yuan knew an abnormal martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm. A moment of lapse, and it would be serious injuries, possibly even death. At this moment, Lin Tianqing naturally would not naively believe that Yi Yuan would have any qualms about some rules. This was a life and death match. So what if your aura is strong? Today, I will let you witness just what a half-step spirit condensation realm is. Thunderous fist. Lin Tianqing's punch struck towards Yi Yuan. There were even traces of electricity on the fist. It was precisely a superior grade tier 1 martial technique which Yi Yuan saw in the scripture library, the thunderous fist. The power of a superior grade tier 1 martial technique unleashed by a half-step spirit condensation realm was truly terrifying. Although this punch did not smash towards them, the surrounding students similarly felt enormous pressure, let alone Yi Yuan who was receiving it directly. Senior apprentice brother Lin's thunderous fist is really scary. I'm afraid it's already trained to the great success stage. Yeah, even though that punch wasn't aimed at me, I still feel short of breath now. He's really worthy of being the strongest in the Earth ranking. How frightening. Yi Yuan's really straining himself. At any rate, senior apprentice brother Lin is a half-step spirit condensation realm. How could he be defeated so easily? Listening to their conversation just now, it's actually a death match. Just what kind of deep hatred do they have with each other? Even if they really kill the other party, they also can't escape the Academy's punishment. Why you care so much? Since there's a show, just watch. It won't implicate you anyway. Yi Yuan also felt the pressure coming head-on while facing Lin Tianqing's lightning attribute martial technique. A half-step spirit condensation realm was indeed powerful. Yi Yuan did not choose to clash head-on with Lin Tianqing, but decided to evade instead. Yi Yuan's feat S-H-I plus feated and executed instant flash vanish. H-I plus-ing in a blink of an eye, leaving behind an afterimage where he was initially at. Lin Tianqing's punch was halfway there when he saw this. He laughed coldly and said, "Afterimage? Humph. Paltry tricks. 7-star steps." Lin Tianqing also disappeared halfway. Low-grade tier 2 martial technique, 7-star steps. Yi Yuan's in danger. That's right. Tier 2 martial technique is too much of a bully. The crowd exclaimed in shock. 7-star steps was a low-grade tier 2 martial technique, while instant flash was only a middle-grade tier 1 martial technique. The difference between the two was enormous. Tier 2 martial techniques were mostly employed with spirit condensation, realm's essence energy. The effects were naturally different from Tier 1 martial techniques, which were activated with essence energy of the essence chi realm. Even if Yi Yuan's instant flash had already transcended the boundaries of Great Circle stage and reached the breaking illusion stage, it was still inferior to a Tier 2 martial technique. After all, the grade of instant flash was too low. Yi Yuan revealed himself, and at the same time, sensed an extreme danger coming from the back. Having no time to think, he used instant flash once more and vanished on the spot. However, that sense of danger did not fade and kept latching on him like a parasitic maggot. Only now did Yi Yuan realize that he underestimated Lin Tianqing. The strongest among Earth ranks was not for a laugh. His power was already bordering close to Heaven rank, and was much stronger than the average first-level spirit condensation realm. Judging based on the illusionary spirit tower standards, Lin Tianqing could most likely finish off 4 black-clothed martial artists with only a narrow margin away from pious. Sing the test. Chapter 81. Unfavorable Situation. Chapter 81. Unfavorable Situation. Come on. The General Affair Department's head student, senior apprentice Brother Lin, and that genius Earth rank student who's recently in the limelight, Yi Yuan, started fighting. There's going to be a great show to watch. Yi Yuan? Isn't he only at the 4th level essence, Qi realm? Senior apprentice Brother Lin was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm a long time ago. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? Are you stupid? Didn't Yi Yuan enter a closed-door seclusion a few days ago? He exited seclusion and is already at the 6th level essence Qi realm. What? Closed seclusion for a few days and 6th level essence Qi realm? That fellow is seriously a freak. But even if he's at the 6th level essence Qi realm, he couldn't possibly be senior apprentice Brother Lin's match, right? Who knows? I also just heard from other people. There seems to be some great enmity between the two of them, which provoked Yi Yuan so much, so that he wants to kill senior apprentice Brother Lin, even knowing the Academy's rule. There's such a thing? Come, let's quickly go look. The news of Yi Yuan and Lin Tianqing's death match quickly spread throughout the entire Danwu Academy. 2 students debated over it for a while in a corner of the academy, and then they rushed over to watch the show. But their discussion reached another person's ear. Wan Yuan just happened to be nearby, and when he heard these 2 people's conversation, a hint of a cold smile flashed across his face. He did not think that Lin Tianqing was so daring to actually directly provoke Yi Yuan to violate the Academy's rules. Now, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan who killed Lin Tianqing or Lin Tianqing who killed Yi Yuan, he could sit there and enjoy the fisherman's gains. Previously, he let Lu Ruoxie goaded Lin Tianqing on, and that fellow really fell for it. Lin Tianqing was narrow-minded. Just by sowing discord slightly, he became jealous and hated Yi Yuan. Wan Yuan was still having a headache these 2 days, as Yi Yuan's improvement became increasingly faster. Not only was he reaching Wan Yuan on the martial path, he completely crushed him on the alchemy path. Who would have thought that Lin Tianqing directly provoked Yi Yuan? After listening to the 2 people's conversation, Wan Yuan was excited but was also shocked. Yi Yuan went into seclusion and was at the 6th level essence Qi realm after coming out. He could pass through the black rank advancement test at the 4th level essence Qi realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan could already completely crush him with his current strength? Just a month plus, and Yi Yuan and his position had totally flipped over. A month ago, he could easily crush Yi Yuan. A month later, Yi Yuan was already in existence that he looked up to. Preposterous. Just what the H-E-L-L happened. Wan Yuan was so aggrieved. Nothing made someone sadder than being stepped underfoot by somebody they looked down upon. Bringing along this grievance, Wan Yuan also headed over. He really wanted to watch the sight of Yi Yuan being killed by Lin Tianqing, or Yi Yuan killing Lin Tianqing, and then being sentenced to death by the Academy. Lin Tianqing's 7-star steps was already trained to the small success stage. It was just a little bit faster than Yi Yuan's instant flash. Plus, currently, Yi Yuan was already forced into a perilous situation by him. If he were careless and got hit, then there would probably be no chance for victory. The Thunderous Fist belonged to the Lightning Attribute Martial Techniques category. It similarly leaned towards attack power and even had a numbing effect. The moment he got hit, Yi Yuan would basically no longer have the strength to retaliate. In terms of speed, Yi Yuan could not shake off Lin Tianqing. In terms of attack, Yi Yuan had already lost the initiative now. He was currently in an extremely defensive situation. Run. Keep running. I love this sort of catching mice game the most. Overconfident punk, I thought you were very powerful. So you only have this bit of ability? Lin Tianqing laughed wildly as he chased Yi Yuan. Lin Tianqing seemed like he had the strength to spare. Yi Yuan appeared once more, and Lin Tianqing appeared beside him at almost the same instant. The Thunderous Fist directly struck Yi Yuan's chest. However, this time around, Yi Yuan unexpectedly did not run away. He raised his right hand like lightning, and essence energy in his palm spread out. Stacking waves layered palm for layer wave. Boom! One fist clashed with one palm, and the two people clashed and flew backward. Lin Tianqing's body only flew backward almost 7 meters, but Yi Yuan flew for 10 meters. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had the lower hand in this clash. Lin Tianqing stabilized his body and laughed coldly as he said, "So, you actually mastered the stacking waves layered palm for layer wave. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, this stacking waves layered palm can only deal with essence chi realms. To handle me, you have a long way to go. Right now, do you feel like your hands are going numb and your essence energy isn't circulating properly?" As he spoke, Lin Tianqing laughed wildly without stopping. Just now, Yi Yuan was still talking rampantly about the heart of a powerhouse. But now he was suppressed by him. This made him very gleeful. Lin Tianqing admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But so what if he was a genius? Did he not still lose to him? This feeling of cruise. Plussing geniuses was simply satisfying. Yi Yuan's right hand became a little numb, and the circulation of essence energy also became somewhat stagnant. This Thunderous Fist indeed had a well-deserved reputation. It was actually on par with a 4-layer wave. Of course, Lin Tianqing still had to give credit to his cultivation realm to be able to rely on the Thunderous Fist to draw with Yi Yuan. Half-step spirit condensation realm was no joke. It was almost a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. In the past, it had always been Yi Yuan who used speed to crush his opponent. He did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Lin Tianqing in terms of speed today. Without the advantage in speed, he had no way of attacking with his full power. Lin Tianqing would not give him the chance to strike. The situation was very unfavorable. Yi Yuan secretly revolved his essence energy to purge the lightning attribute essence energy entwined in his palm in order to relieve his numb state. How could Lin Tianqing give him this opportunity? Trying to relieve the numbness? Are you treating me as a 3-year-old kid? Die. Right at this moment, Lin Tianqing moved again. The 7-star steps was executed, and he crossed the several meters distance, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Boom! Another exchange, and the two people separated once more. This time around, Lin Tianqing only retreated around 6 meters, while Yi Yuan backed over a dozen meters. It was apparent that after being affected by the numbness in his right hand, Yi Yuan's disadvantage grew even greater. Lin Tianqing did not plan on giving Yi Yuan the chance to catch his breath. After adjusting his breathing, his Thunderous Fist struck out once more. Just like that, one heavy punch after another, Lin Tianqing's advantage grew even greater. Sigh. Yi Yuan's improvement is quick, but he overestimated himself. I also know that Lin Tiancheng. He is, after all, a half-step spirit condensation realm and known as the strongest student in the Earth rank. Yi Yuan wants to challenge him at only 6th level Essence Qi realm. Isn't this just asking for it? In a pavilion, Zhubugue was complaining. Standing by his side was Long Tang. He was naturally also alerted to such a major event. I think Yi Yuan isn't such a reckless person. He might have some cards to play. Long Tang frowned as he watched the battle far away. However, Zhubugue did not agree, and he said, what other cards could he have left? I admit that he's truly a top genius that only appears once every 50 years. He even Serpa, SESU in me, and he actually mastered the 4-layer wave. But even his 4-layer wave can't handle Lin Tiancheng. What other moves could he have left? Such a pity. Too bad. Long Tang's brows furrowed even tighter. His view was the same as Zhubugue. He really could not tell what other resort Yi Yuan possibly had. Regardless whether it was speed or attack, he was completely suppressed. A defeat was set. However, he did not know why, but he just felt that Yi Yuan had other cards he had not yet shown.